FDMG!
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Umar Johnson. I am a certified school psychologist.
Hi, Dr. Umar. I'm so happy that you're my principal. I love FDMG. Can you tell me about the school?
We are going to make history. We are going to shock the world. We are going to transform the entire community, one black boy at a time. In this school, you don't have to worry about special education. In this school, you don't have to worry about ADHD diagnoses. In this school, you will never get a phone call from a teacher or an administrator telling you that your child needs dangerous psychiatric medication in order to get an education.
All right, Cookie Crush Chat, we got a lot to get into. The Umar Johnson saga continues. It's at an all-time high. I want to thank y'all so much for tuning on in. Cookie Crush Chat's undefeated. Let's go.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's 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 coming. Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
Yeah, I agree, Raven. I agree. Thank y'all so much for tuning on in. We got quite a bit to get to. I want to apologize for the delay. I had some issues with some of the files, but I have everything lined up. I even have one of the videos. I've actually taken the time to blur out the little boys who happen to appear in it. Now, I haven't watched the videos with the audio. What I did was I skimmed through. Actually, I didn't even skim through the second one. I didn't know there was a second video where Umar is up there. Actually, I guess he's explaining all of this. So I'm hoping that there's not any little boys in that one. I'm very careful with that stuff. And then we have two initial videos where Umar posted the vandalism. But I want people to understand something, that the vandalism isn't anything new. There's many examples of these buildings being vandalized because they're vacant. They're still on the vacant property list. In other words, the community out there, they do not see those as buildings as schools. They're not schools. They're abandoned buildings, literally. And when you're inside the hood and you have an abandoned buildings, y'all know what happens. Understand that these buildings have not just been abandoned for the last 6 years and 4 months since Umar acquired them in February of 2014. These abandoned buildings, they were abandoned prior to Umar purchasing them. Okay, let me pull up my timeline. I'm going to give you the exact timeline here with the J. Moyer Academy. It was in 2012 that it opened the first time. In No, excuse me. It was in 2010 that it closes the first time. It reopens in 2014, and then it recloses, if you will, in 2015. So it sat for from 2016, 17, 18, 19, 4 years of it sitting and being abandoned, vacant. And then now Umar, he acquires these abandoned buildings in 2019, and they've been sitting abandoned and still on the vacant property list to this day for another 6 years and 2 months and 4 months. So altogether, we're talking these buildings have been abandoned for 10 years. And if people understand, Umar hasn't even been up there. He hadn't been up there for at least a month. See, and I already told people his focus is on traveling because he's been homeless since 2019. You Umar Johnson followers, you have to deal with this reality. He's not interested in opening up a school. I also told people a long time ago that ultimately these abandoned buildings, these are just, even him acquiring these abandoned buildings were just a way to extend this scam. And I'm going to propose that he's going to use this vandalism as a way to extend the scam too, because he has to. He always has excuses as to why the schools didn't open he never gave an excuse for 2013. It was supposed to open in September of 2013, but an excuse for why it didn't open in 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, and people are saying that he's going to use this to extend it to 2025. He already extended the grand opening date to 2025. He did that a couple of months ago. Y'all see a pattern here? He's not interested in opening up a school, but what he's going to do is he's going to use this so-called vandalism, alleged, I'm going to say alleged, because he lies a lot. He's going to use it as a way to extend this scam further and then get money out of people. I guarantee you he's going to be begging for money because of this so-called vandalism. Okay. Again, I haven't watched the videos. We're going to go through them one by one, starting with the first one that he posted, the second one, the third, and the fourth. And then we're gonna go back. We're gonna rewind back in time and see how he's done this. This is just a script that he's used in the past. Real quick, quick chat. Shout out to quick chat. Undefeated. Can you guys give me some other examples that Umar has used in terms of vandalism over the years? I'll wait. These, again, they're abandoned buildings. They've been abandoned for over a decade now. What are some of the other excuses that Umar Johnson has used in terms of vandalism? There's other excuses too, but in terms of vandalism, some of the other excuses is the HVAC, well, that was vandalized too. But another excuse was he couldn't find the blueprints. Then it was he couldn't find a contractor. It's just, he was trying to figure out when he was going to be up there so they can deliver the HVAC. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. But specifically, when it comes to vandalism, what are some of the examples that Umar has already used? Yeah, he's used the windows. He's actually used windows getting busted twice at least. I think it's 3 times, but for sure 2. Okay, there was one on the front door, leading into the abandoned buildings. And then when he took the paneling off, the boarded up windows off, someone broke. I think I have that video lined up. When he takes the board off, then the people, because they're abandoned, that's what they do. They bust windows out. They spray paint. Understand that this was taking place way before Umar Johnson had acquired these abandoned buildings. For 4 years they sat. That's why everything was stripped out when Umar, he acquired his abandoned buildings, and there was no, all the copper wire. He admits that the copper wire was all torn out. They had to come in and redo some electricity wires and put back in the electric paneling, the circuit breaker, all that stuff, because it was vandalized. What else? So the windows. What else? The dog in the yard. There was but I'm talking. I guess you could say that. The windows, the dog poop. What's up, Black? What's up, Chris? What's up, Black Wolf? Yeah, that too, LD. I'm not gonna. The contractor stealing was another one. Yeah, the electrician stealing the copper. How's it going? The yoga studio, that's a separate one. That's where these yoga studios that Umar was supposed to be speaking at got vandalized. Umar tried to act like it was because he was going to be there. Then he asked for money for it. He said, if y'all send me donations, I'm going to, help them out. No, it's just another scam. How's it going, OF? Thanks for tuning on in. And Black Wolf and LD and Smitty Boy. What else? Yeah, the supposed fire was another one. He talks about that briefly. There was a fire up there in one of those buildings. There's 3 buildings. Umar says 4. Interesting enough, I was unable to find a fire report or anything like that, but I take him at his word for that, because there was actually video footage that surfaced If memory serves, no, it wasn't for that. It was for the car that had crashed and caught on fire, and Umar act like it was like an act of vandalism. It ain't got nothing to do with it. It's just abandoned buildings. Okay, you guys remember that one? But there was supposed to be a fire, and then Umar posted a picture as if that was the aftermath of the fire. But through research, I realized, and I found that's an old picture. He just found it online and then posted as if that was FDMG. He's such a con man. So that's another one, a fire. And I also have Umar where he's talking about how he was burning something inside of the abandoned building, if you guys want to catch my drift. Okay? So he could have been the one that started that fire. Ain't no telling. But there was a fire, but then there was also a car that crashed and it caught on fire. There was also the windows. What else? Yeah, he hasn't mentioned the block party. He's supposed to have a block party. Did he change it to 2026? I wouldn't be surprised. We ain't even yeah, no, he did. He actually did. He already changed it to 2026. He did that about 3 months ago. We covered that video. All right. Okay. Yeah, I don't think he's having a block party. The block party is not listed on the schedule, although this year he did say he was going to have a block party, but there's a lot of stuff he says he's going to do. He never gets it done. Okay, he just be running his mouth. What else? Let me just look in here. Smash. Okay, we got that one. People throwing trash. That was a form of sabotage. Electric, the roofing, windows, person with the bucket bathroom outside. Yeah, I remember that too. Yeah, fire. Yeah, and how's it going, Miss Independent? RX, we're gonna get right on into it. I just want to just give, because for people who think that this is something special, and no, he does this. He's done this many times. Yep. There you go, Seth. That's it right there. Yeah, broken windows, bathroom bucket. Yeah, we did that one. What about the bathrooms stalls being vandalized? Y'all remember that one? Yeah, that's another one. Let me see. I just want to see if anyone else has one that I haven't mentioned quite. Yeah, there was weave all on the property. Yeah, the copper. Yeah, yep. He sure did. How's it going, Ruben Divetta and 78 Vet? Thanks for tuning on in. And balls of steel. Where is his security team he was talking about having? He did say that he had security. He had people up there. We're going to get deeper into that a little bit later on. What's up, Identity with Tail says, don't forget the FMD Dookie on. Yeah, I remember that one as well. Yep. Shout out to Identity with Tail. No, the HVAC still doesn't work. It's not official. Okay, that's just Umar. He said they needed one more part to control. So whatever. We're going to see. Anyway, yeah, the blueprints. That was another one. The arson. Yep. How's it going, Carter? Yeah, that fire. He tried to post a fake picture, but we got him on that one. We got him on that. Anything else that I'm missing? Because there's other ones. Yeah, he said they threw a boulder rock. That's what he said. That was that first time, which makes no sense. How they gonna throw a boulder through the anyway? Yeah, there was a baby mattress up there too. Yeah, there was pipes and needles up there too. Yeah. Yeah, the gym flooded, but that wasn't an act of sabotage. That was just an issue that. Not so I shouldn't use this terminology, but that wasn't a form of vandalism. That was because again, those buildings had been sitting abandoned for 4 years, so there was plumbing issues. Yep, I remember that. Okay, I think I got to everything. There's just a couple of graffiti. That's another one. Graffiti. Also, someone vandalized the sacred, what he calls the sacred rock. That's another one. And they also vandalized the Captain Crunch mural that he has up there too. Okay, so that's all. I just want to give some examples. There's more, but yeah, broken toilets. But for anyone who's watching this and you think that this is something new, there it is right there. Thank you, Erica. This is nothing new. Yeah, fake protests. That's another one. Yeah. He always blaming somebody. He got to blame somebody because he never holds himself personally accountable for anything. That's a narcissist. He's a narcissist. He can't hold himself accountable for anything. See, Umar said that he had cameras up there, right? Okay, if you have cameras, you should be able to identify whoever did this. Just like he said he had cameras when they threw the rock through the window, and then he's going to be looking at the footage, whatever came of that. Where are the police reports that were filed, right? Did he file any police reports on any of that? He's just a liar, and then he blames everybody else. But see, that's anytime Umar blames people, understand that that's the narcissism. He never holds himself accountable. It's always someone else's fault. Okay, how are you going to have these abandoned buildings for 6 years and not have security up there? And I told people back in 2019 that the first hit the one. I told people the first thing he should do is erect a fence around the perimeter of these buildings to secure these buildings. He didn't do that. Hit the one. That's what I told people. But he wants to blame everyone else. Has he ever done that? No, he hasn't done that. Now, there is a fence that has been put up there more recently, okay, but it doesn't surround everything. It's just that little park area. Again, Umar, he can't hold himself accountable for anything. How's it going, Nurse Alexa? Thanks for tuning on in. I appreciate it. And that's Umar's favorite word, Jimmy Jamboree, is sabotage. He been, holding the roof. He always talk about sabotage, but it's him. He's the problem. Okay, did I get to everything? Yeah, well, the thing is, he didn't have electricity at the beginning. He was lying that he had a security system and there was no electricity. We were calling him out. You can't have, but see, he put batteries in there, and so it turns on, and you can push the buttons at a beep. But when he would open the door, you wouldn't hear an alarm, you wouldn't hear any of that stuff back then. Then once he gets electricity, okay, he has, it makes more sense. But I remember when he didn't have electricity, at a certain point, so we were clowning him about it, how he was lying. He always lied. Umar, he's a pathological liar, and it was so ridiculous. And we were clowning about it. What does he do? At a certain point, he does a video, and he has someone walking through with him, and there's a little unit on the wall, a little alarm system unit, and then he says, "Yeah, we just have one line of electricity that goes into that. One line of electricity. What are you talking about? Where they do that out? Where they do that at? But he has to lie. He has to lie. Okay." So with this situation right here, that's why I'm saying alleged vandalism, because he lies so much. You can't take anything that he says at face value. And I just give you guys some examples, and the people in the Cook chat's given a couple examples of some of the other examples of vandalism. Someone threw paint on the FDMG rock. That's another one too. Okay. All right. Let's get into this, because we got a lot to get into. Let me get to these super chats real quick. Lenon, you and Black Anonymous need to stop playing Call of Duty and start the show. Okay. We weren't playing Call of Duty. I don't play Call of Duty. If you want to watch someone playing Call of Duty live on their YouTube page, Boyce Watkins does that. I don't know if he still does that, but he did that in the past. That's what he's doing. I don't do that, okay? And I don't play Call of Duty. If I ever have time, I play Starfield, but I don't have time like I used to have. I play it every once in a while, and I used to play a lot of Civilization 4, I think it is, which is still one of my favorite games of all time. Anyway, Call of Duty, no. Okay, thanks, Lewis. Lewis says that the cartoon has educated more black boys. It's true. The truth is, any of y'all, if you've ever educated a black boy, or if you raised a black boy in your life, you've done more than Umar has. Okay, shout out to all of the fathers out there. Happy Father's Day. Keep doing your thing. Umar, he's not. In fact, his daughter did a video to chastise him about being a deadbeat. Okay, I'm not going to play it here. It is what it is. Umar has at least 3 baby mamas, at least 3 children, 2 daughters for sure, and he's been on child support for over 22 years, and he's a deadbeat. He's an absentee father. Okay, Umar doesn't have a job. He's been homeless since 2019. Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. He was a deadbeat then. He's a deadbeat now. All right? All right. Thanks, Lewis, for the super chat. Black Wolf says, Cookie Crush said, let's go. Umar says it's your fault. His lights are off. What do you mean? What does that got to do with me? What lights? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Lord Jamar? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Ain't no one done like anything like me. What are you talking about? Umar, he's Lord Jamar rant. Now I ain't got. What are you talking about? I didn't do nothing like that. But see, he has to blame somebody. He always has to blame people because he can't hold himself accountable for anything. See? Homeless, jobless, hasn't worked consistently since 2010, 2011, lives inside of his mama's closet. He's going to be back up there. Mark my words. And I'm a card. I already called it. He's going to be back up there in his mama's closet. Doesn't even have his own vehicle. He rents cars on donors' money. Okay. But he has to blame everybody else. All right. Thanks, Black Wolf. Iceman Vamp says, say it ain't so, Lenore. Did you disguise your voice as Umar and call the power? What are you talking about? What? That's ridiculous. Now, back in 2019, when Umar was acting like he had electricity, I called up there. If memory serves me correctly, and I could be wrong, it's such a long time ago. There's three power companies out there, and I called each one. 2 of them did not service those addresses because there's 3 different, I think it's 3 different addresses up there for these abandoned buildings, 3 different buildings. Umar says it's 4, but it's 3. And I called all 3. 2 of them said they don't service that area, and then the third one company was, I think it was Delmarva or something like that. Delmarva. I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that. And they said they serviced those buildings. And I said, is there an active account on those buildings? And they said no. So Umar was lying. But some of y'all remember that hit the one. Okay. So no, there's no need to. What are you talking about? Disguised voice? What is that's ridiculous. I mean, what purpose would that serve? That was back in 2019, and I think it was 2019. It could have been 2020, but it had to have been 2020 because he didn't start renovations until the following year because he didn't have any money, right? So that was 2020, and I called up there. That's the only time I've been in contact with them, and we actually did a show on that, if you guys remember. Yeah, so I don't know what he's talking about right here. But again, he has to blame somebody, right? Thanks, Iceman, for the super chat. Lewis, and remember that he's a narcissist. He has to blame everyone. Even before we get to watch this video, his favorite song is "Silk the Shot." It ain't my fault. Yeah. Again, it's the narcissism. See, Umar, he's been a failure at so many things, and in his own mind, he can't deal with that. He's a very fragile individual, very fragile. See, I can deal with failure. I can deal with it. I don't like it, but I can deal with it. And when you deal with it, you figure out what you can do to succeed. But Umar, he's never been able to deal with it. He lives in an alternative reality. He's delusional. So instead of dealing with the fact that he's failed at this FDMG project, instead of dealing with the fact that he's failed as a father, instead of dealing with the fact that he has massive student loan debt, that he has tax liens and tens of thousands of dollars dealing with this FDMG school scam because he didn't have tax exempt status when he was collecting all that money the first time and part of the second time. Instead of dealing with that reality, so it's all personal income, instead of dealing with the reality that he's not committed to a black woman and yet tries to tell black men that we need to marry these black women, instead of dealing with the fact that he doesn't take care of his own children and he's a deadbeat, he expects black men to take care of other men's children. See, but it's because Umar's a failure. But instead of dealing with this, and instead of dealing with the fact that he's been homeless since 2000, I got the eviction paperwork. I should pull it up today. I could do it. Okay, don't make me do it. I can redact it while we're watching this video because I don't have a redacted version. I can redact the personal information, even though it's all public record. You guys can look it up yourself online. Instead of dealing with the fact that he was evicted in 2019 and has been homeless ever since, and was also evicted in 2010, but was able to resolve that. The eviction in 2019, he was unable to resolve because all the money that he collected had been spent. He's been living off of that money since at least 2014. So instead of dealing with the fact that he's been homeless, he tries to parade around as if he's a school psychologist. How are you a school psychologist? You don't even have a home. In fact, instead of dealing with the fact that he hasn't been a school psychologist since in around 2010, 2011, he's still telling people in 2025 that he's currently a school psychologist, even though he holds no certifications or any licenses, any professional certification or license today. If Umar is a school psychologist, what school is he working at? Where's the online record of this? There is none. So the point that I'm getting is that he lives in an alternate reality because he's failed so much. And instead of being a man and dealing with the failure, he wants to blame everyone else. And it ain't my fault. It's everyone else. It's sabotage, blah, blah, blah. No, Umar's homeless because of Umar. Umar live streams from his mama's closet, literally. It's Section 8 housing. I have the receipt for that because they got a eviction notice 3 years ago. He instead of dealing with the fact that he lives inside of his mama's closet, he live streams from his mama's closet. He has to create a whole other narrative wherein somehow it's not his fault, it's everyone else. No, that's his fault. He's 50 years old. It's someone else's fault that he doesn't own his own vehicle. It's someone else's fault that he doesn't have his own apartment or home or anything like that. No, it's Umar. Okay, yeah. But see, I want to remind people that's the narcissism. They never want to hold themselves accountable for anything, and it's always someone else's fault. And they'll create something in their own imagination and believe it too, and tell other people. And then some people, I guess, believe it. They buy into the delusion. By the way, and thanks, Lewis, there is a poll question because it ties to the poll question. Who is to blame for the alleged FDMG vandalism? Okay, we have 617 votes so far. 69% say Umar Johnson, 4% said the donors, okay, because Umar's blamed his donors for things in the past. I mean, that's a doggone, it's bad, the narcissism is bad. When the people who are giving you money to open up this school, you blame them when things don't go right. 5% said Seti, Tariq, Boyce, Zora, and Tasha K. I had to put that one in there. And 22% said LenonHonor in the Cookie Crush chat. I don't know why. Well, I tell you, that just there must be Umar in his ghost account or something. Is Umar anyway? Thanks to the for the super chat. And then Lewis also said, Lord Jamar and Seti vandalized FDMG. That's why Jamar went back to Vlad TV and Vlad was the master. yeah, he went back. And Vlad don't like Umar because Umar, and I can pull it up, Umar was mad because of the interview that they did on Vlad TV years ago. You guys remember that? And Umar had on this little chain, trying to have a little bling bling, looking just about as goofy, and was prim and proper talking to the Vlad. Vlad's a Russian Jew. And you should see how prim and proper Umar was. Yes, sir. I said, huh? He don't treat black people like that. All he do is talk shit about black people. Okay, disrespectful, demeaning towards black people, black parents, black fathers, black mothers, black children, black anything, black leaders, black sports casters, black sports athletes, et cetera, et cetera. But as soon as he get in front of another group of people, he's prim and proper every single time. Okay, so Umar, because he's sassy, he's very sassy. He gets these little attitudes, okay, because he didn't think that the interview went the way that you remember this rules. He don't think that the interview went the way that he wants. So then he gets online afterwards and he starts going in on Vlad. Vlad hears about it. Every once in a while, he'll drop the interview and then he'll talk about how Umar, the school's still not open, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, yeah. All right, thanks, Lewis, for super chat. And then Sal says Umar always has to take his ashy fingers and dig into his excuse Rolodex and delay the school yet again. It's about that time of the year for a new excuse. Yeah. And then next year he'll do it again, and the following year he'll do it again if he still has those abandoned buildings by this time. It's been 6 years and 4 months now. It amazes me that there are people who still believe this is going to happen. They still send money. They still defend it. Every once in a while I get people that they be mad at me. You don't get mad at me. I'm just telling the truth. I've archived all this. I've given my analysis. I've done all of the research. Working on a second documentary dealing with Umar right now. There's one already that I did years ago. I could write a book on this guy. So don't get mad at me. Okay, I tell the truth. There's nothing that I say that Umar's lied about me. I've not once lied about Umar. Okay, I always, and I can prove everything I'm saying right here. I can prove it. In fact, I'm gonna today. I'm gonna pull up his eviction notice. But while we're live streaming, I'll have to redact. It ain't gonna take that long. Okay, but he'll come up with a new excuse. He's an excuse maker. He's not a doer. He's a dreamer. He doesn't hold himself accountable for anything, and it's always someone else's fault. Okay. Okay, you women steer clear of men like that. Okay, those are the types of men that will never do things. They will never get things done, and they always blame other people. And over time, their life gets worse and worse and worse. What you'll find is that men who hold themselves accountable, including when they fail or when they're failing, instead of blaming other people, they hold themselves accountable. They figure out what they need to do to get on the right track, and then they make the changes. And they just don't think about it and dream about it. They do it. That's not Umar. Okay, Umar, the narcissism is so great in this guy that when he's failing, he's been failing consistently. When he failed with the shockumentary, he failed with the Rules of Romance book. He was collecting money for those things. He's failed at this FDMG. He has to blame someone else. Okay, and then he has to come up with an excuse over and over again. Thanks, Al. And then Seth says Umar sells trauma dumping, trauma bonding, and black fatigue. Yeah. I don't even really know what the black fatigue thing is. People have been talking about that. I don't really know what that is, but he does. He sells trauma. He sells fear. Okay? Everything is woe's me. You know, everything is it's someone else's fault, including the quote unquote white man. And look at what they're doing to us. You know, no. Umar, look at what you're doing to you. See, you want to hold yourself on this level of these great black leaders, even though you live inside your mama closet and you haven't produced shit as of today. You ain't produced shit. But if you listen to Umar's message, it's all about black disempowerment. It's always someone else's fault and what someone else is doing and blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's not about what we need to do. And more specifically, what each individual needs to do to uplift themselves. See, Umar is not upward bound. If you look at the trajectory of his life, it's gone down, 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 down to where he's turned himself into a homeless bum, literally, who from time to time lives inside of his mama's closet at the age of 50. Okay, that's not hyperbole either. I can pull up the video where all that was revealed. I can also pull up the eviction notice. Now, Umar's not on the eviction paperwork, but that is that residence. I've already looked it up. I've done all the research. It's Section 8 housing. Okay? So, but Umar wants to put himself on the level of a Malcolm X or Martin Luther King or so forth and so on, or even Frederick Douglass for that matter. Marcus Garvey. But if you look at his message, it's very disempowering. It's all disrespectful towards black people, demeaning, always talking shit about successful black people, always demeaning black parents, so forth and so on. Even the idea of FDMG is he wants to have your children be inside of his school because you black parents, you're part of the problem. Why do I want them going back home to you for? That's what he said. See? It's nothing empowering. I just think that it's a subculture. It's very much internet-based, black conscious rhetoric and mentality. It's all about perpetual victimhood, and it's never upward bound. That's why you guys can't really find, no, really, it's not even really. You can't find me someone who is an internet-based leader in the black conscious space wherein you see their life trajectory improve over time. Give me one. What, Polite? Nature Boy? Jay Morrison? What are you talking about? I'll wait. See? And Umar fits right into that bill. And part of it is because they always blame everyone else. It's everyone else's fault, and everyone to hold themselves. And they're scammers too. They're criminal minded, of course, and sexual deviants. Okay, let's be real about it. But in Umar's case, everything, what he sells is perpetual victimhood. And there's a market for it. Someone said crickets. Yeah. Thanks, Seth. Okay, let's get going here. Mr. Independent says, has anyone talked about the Fred Hampton Gun Club Umar Cash apps? I haven't talked about that, but he did have a post today. I don't know if he's doing a speaking engagement with this Fred Hampton Gun Club or whatever. In the past, he's posted pictures where, and one time he posted a picture where he's holding a gun. He looked goofy holding it. Not to be like that, but he really did. But I haven't researched into that. It's just not something that's more like on the periphery of this Umar Johnson school scam. But I will say this, Miss Independent, my way. In February of 2019, Umar, in one of the videos, the school announcement video, he was talking about how he wanted to turn the boys at this FDMG school. This is back in 2019. This is 2025. He wants to turn these boys into black Rambos. You guys remember that? And understand that that's part of his own experience when he went to the military academy. He was shipped. It was a boarding school. Sounds familiar? Because FDMG is supposed to be a boarding school. And it was he was shipped off by his daddy. Jamal shipped him off to a boarding school, shipped him away from the family, and traumatizing experience for Umar. But ultimately, his training, Umar, he does talk about his training. He was taught how to hold and shoot guns, so forth and so on. And so the idea of him, reliving this traumatizing experience through FDMG, bringing in black boys, and then it all becomes very much militarized. And then part of this expression, and it's based upon Umar's childhood trauma, is turning these little black boys into black Rambos. Okay, it's actually quite fascinating. Okay, thanks, Miss Independent, my way. All right, let's get into this. Before I get going with these videos, thank you all so much to everyone for being here. We got quite a bit to cover. We're going to take our time to get through everything. We may do a part 2 tomorrow. I'll also let me know how the audio quality is and how the video quality is because my browser here is saying that I got a poor connection, even though when I did my speed test, the connection looked good. So let me know if everything is crisp and clear inside the chat room. I'll appreciate that. Thank you so much. There is a poll. Make sure you get your poll, vote in for the poll question. And also our goal today, like all of our live streams, is to get to 500. So if you haven't hit that like button and you're already enjoying the show, or you think you might enjoy the show a little bit later on, go on and hit that like button. I'd appreciate it. Real quick though, I want to prove something again, because Umar has no excuse as to why he's even talking about vandalism. Understand that from what I saw, the building that was vandalized is on the other side of the street. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, quick question. And understand that other side of the street, Umar hasn't shown the other side of the street, the inside of it, in over 5 years. That's half a decade. Umar hasn't even shown it. Think about that. Furthermore, that side of the street, Umar hasn't done anything. No renovation has taken place. He's already expressed why. He said it's way worse over there than over here on the other side of the street. It's going to take way more time. It's going to take way more money, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay? So keep these things in mind as we get into these videos. And people can say, well, he didn't have enough money. Well, wait a minute. How much money did he need? Remember, Umar stated that it would cost, first he said $250,000 to fully renovate or restore. At the time, he was calling restore, renovate one side of the street. And then he said it's going to cost $1 million to do both sides of the street. And Umar in 2025 is still saying that he has not raised $1 million, right? Well, I'm going to prove to you all right now that Umar has raised over $1 million since 2019 after he acquired these abandoned buildings. We're not talking about all the money that he collected prior to that, even though in 2016 he said we need another $1 million. Okay, we already been going over this. 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18. 5 years we're going to set aside. Okay? Watch this. Let me do a screen share because I figured this out. I was thinking about this and I figured this out because in 2025, he's still telling people that he hasn't collected $1 million yet. And he was talking about me saying that, you know, there's people online. Everyone knew he was talking about me in the Quick Rich chat. And they're saying that we collected all this money and we haven't collected all this money. We haven't even broken $1 million yet. That's what Umar is saying in June of 2025. But watch this. Let me share this first to get going. It's going to take about 5 minutes, and we're going to get into the videos. Here we go. This right here is when Umar's initial tax exempt status was revoked back in 2017. He started raising money for the St. Paul school scam in 2014. He didn't have tax exempt status right away, tax exempt status. He was telling people that he was going to get this paperwork in order so that he can gain tax exempt status. And he did actually get the tax exempt status paperwork in order, but it's never retroactive. All this money that was collected was considered to be personal income for two reasons. Number one, I'm talking about from 2014 to 2017, all personal income for two reasons. Number one, when he started, he did not have tax exempt status. And then once he got tax exempt status, he was not reporting to the IRS how much money he was collecting. So therefore, it's subject to taxation. It's considered to be personal income. And then because he wasn't reporting to the IRS with this EIN number 465707643 based in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, United States of America, because he did not report to the IRS that how much money he was collecting, it went into what is called auto revocation list. So in other words, this EIN number, you can no longer collect money and it be tax exempt status. But he wasn't reporting anyway, so it's going to be considered to be a personal income. Okay, this coincides with Umar having massive tax liens because the money that he was collecting back then, he was using it on himself, and it was considered to be personal income, and he didn't even have enough money to pay the taxes. Okay, that's telling in and of itself. This is 2017. Furthermore, the exemption type was 501c4. The second time he gets it, he changed it into a 501c5. He changed the name slightly from Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG Leadership Academy, if memory serves me correctly. He changed it, and then he sets up a new EIN number. Okay, we're going to get to that in just a moment. Okay, revocation date, May 15th, 2017. Right, he started raising money in 2014. All right. Now, this is the initial tax exempt status EIN 465707643 that Umar had, but it went because he's not reporting to the IRS, it goes into revocation. And so what Umar does, he sets up another one. Okay, then this time around, he starts to file with the IRS how much money he's collected, or at least some years he does. And it's called a Form 990. Everyone see this? Form 990. This is for the year 2020. It's open to public inspection because it's a nonprofit. Look at the EIN number now. The employer identification number, EIN. Now it's 845179390, and it's in where? Wilmington, Delaware. See this? Let's go back. The one that was in Philadelphia, it was 46-5707643. Years later, he sets up a new one in 2020, and now it's 84-5179390, and it's in Wilmington, Delaware, 19809. This is in 2020. So the point being is that from 2014 to 2020, Umar does not report to the IRS all the money that he's collected. We're not even going to look at that money. We're not going to look at that money. I want to show y'all something. This is 2020, right? What year, Cookie Crush chat? What year did Umar purchase these abandoned buildings, and how much did Umar purchase the abandoned buildings for? And while I'm waiting for your answer, I'm going to pull up my calculator because we're going to need to look at this calculator. We're going to need to look at this calculator today. We're going to need, I need. What's up, Barn Keith? Barn Keith says $400,000 in 2018. Okay, it wasn't 2018 though. Okay, it was 2019, February of 2019. Online records, $400,000. But see, in the Lord Jamar interview, Umar said it was a little more than that. He's never actually told people how much he purchased trap banners. It could have been much less than that. It could have been $300,000. It could have been $200,000. All right. In the first documentary, I went with $400,000, but I'm going to give, I always give Umar, he said it's a little more than that. So we're going to go with $425,000. That's what we're going to go with. 2019, 300,000. Okay. Online records, 400,000. It could be much less than that. Again, Umar in the Lord Jamar show, Lord Jamar says, yeah, you got it for 400,000. And Umar's like, yeah, it was well said. It was a little more than that. Okay. Yeah. So what's up, Donald Jones? So we're going to, it was in February of 2019. So I'm going to put February of 2019 purchase price. Umar, he said a little more than 400,000. So we're going to go with $425,000. That's fair. Okay. Just like when Umar said we need another $1 million because he had already raised $1 million, which is consistent with what he had said in the past. But then he also said we almost got $1 million, so we'll just go with $990,000. Whatever, okay? Or we can even go with $950,000. But that's a whole separate issue. We're gonna set that aside because we're just specifically dealing from 2020. We're not dealing with 2014, 15, 16, 17. 18, 19, because he's not reporting anything with the IRS. We're going to go with 2020 starting right there. So, but in February of 2019, the purchase price, we're going to start with $425,000. Okay. Now let's go back to this right here. Okay. Purchase price, because this is after Umar spent allegedly $425,000, right? So we can put inside of this calculator that Umar had already, he had spent $425,000, okay, to purchase these abandoned buildings in 2019, February. Okay, in his 2020 filings, if you look here, it said the end of the year, this is the total assets. This would really be the abandoned buildings. Okay, but we're not looking at that right now. That's not what we're going to look at. We're going to scroll down here and look what it says. Can you guys see this? I can zoom in a little bit more if I need to. You guys let me know. Let's see. We're going to scroll down a little bit further. It doesn't show how much money he collected for 2020, but it does show how much money he allegedly still had left over. The beginning of the year was $518,048. The end of the year was $518,048 for the beginning of the year. The end of the year was $572,409. And look what it says over here. This is not the buildings. This is not the equity. I don't even know if you would call it that, but the equity in the building. That's not what it is. That's not the value of the abandoned buildings. This is in a cash, non-interest bearing account. So this is the cash that Umar has in what year? 2020. This would be the year after he purchased these abandoned buildings in 2019. Umar is telling people that he has not raised $1 million in 2025. He has $572,409 raw cash, and the year prior, and this is left over, and the year prior, he purchased the abandoned buildings and for $425,000. So we can look at the $425,000 purchase price, and then we can add in the $572,409, and right there, we're already at $997,409. That's just for 2020. Let's go to his filings in 2021. Remember, he didn't say that he collected any money for 2020, but he backlogs it in his 2021 filing. Okay, Form 990, right? Same EIN here, 845179390. It's in Wilmington. Now it's called FDMG RBG Leadership Academy, as opposed to Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG Leadership Academy. He's a con man. But let's look here. For 2020, Umar, he didn't put how much money he raised. He's just basically letting them know how much cash he has on hand. and he's telling them what assets he has. The total assets, these would be the buildings, 572,000, but that's separate from the cash that's sitting inside of a non-interest bearing account. Let me scroll down. Here it is right here. There's the total assets. Did I already go over it? Yeah, maybe I skipped over it already. Anyway, let me go down to the bottom just to look and see what it's. Oh, look what it's saying. The lecture series, his explanation for what he's doing is it's a lecture series program headed by Dr. Umar Johnson, a tool for counseling parents on best practice for undeserved children, underserved children. I apologize, underserved children. Okay, this is what his nonprofit. This is what the nonprofit is doing. He's such a con man. It was supposed to be opening up a school for Black boys, but let me scroll back up here. Yeah, here it is right here. Non-interest bearing. This is cash. See this? This is cash. Okay, this is separate from the purchase price. And really the total assets, this may not necessarily, the total assets, this is the cash. That's all he's talking about. He's not talking about these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. Okay, so just to be clear. So I want to correct myself on that. So this is strictly cash, non-interest bearing. This has nothing to do with the abandoned buildings. So that's why I'm saying we can add, because this is in 2020, we can add the $572,409 in terms of the cash that's sitting there. And then we can add that to the $425,000 purchase price of the abandoned buildings that took place a year prior to him filing this, okay, if that makes sense to people. Okay, so I just want to be clear about this. When we get into the year of 2021, Umar, he says now he's letting them know how much actual donations he's got for the previous year and for the current year. Yeah. So now and because that previous year he didn't outline that, we didn't add that yet, so we're going to add it now. All right. So first we're going to add the $177,892. That gets us up to $1,175,301, and then we're going to do the current year for 2021, which is $116,585. Okay, $116,585. That gets us to $1,291,886. Okay, now this is for the year 2021 up through 2021. Now we're going to go to 2022. He says that he didn't collect any money for 2022. He did show the prior year. Okay, he's a con man. You know, I wonder if he still shows the cash in here. Let's just go look, just as an exercise real quick. Not to get sidetracked, then we're going to get to the video for today. Okay, but there's a total so far where we're at. Let me see if he has... Now the cash in the where did this money go? It went from now he has savings and temporary cash investments. What is going on here? Yeah, this is wild. He went from 213,000 now, money just dwindling for some reason, down to this is crazy, down to 56,000, and then he has savings and temporary cash investments of 141,500. Okay, we're going to set that aside. Okay, we're not really dealing with that right now. This again is for 2022. The point is that in 2022 he didn't report to the IRS how much he had actually collected for 2022. But here's the 2023 year. He actually backlogs it here. Okay, so let's add this. First is the $121,646, and then the second, the 2023, right? Yeah, 2023 will be $204,822. He's still making crazy money for not doing anything. So let's add that prior year first, 2022, because we haven't added yet. $121,646. That gets us to $1,413,532. And then we're going to add the 2023. He said that he had raised $204,822, and that gets us up to $1,618,301. $354. Okay, this does not include 2024. This does not include 2025. $1,618,354. And Umar is telling people in 2025, he said it this month that he has not even collected $1 million yet. He's a con artist. I just proved it now. A seventh way that he's raised over $1 million. I've already explained how you can actually get $1 million. Six other ways that Umar has already raised $1 million. And point of fact, not to belabor this, but I showed the video. And let me put this. Umar has raised at least, oh, I just deleted it. What was that? What was the figure I came up with in the chat room? It was something like, oh, well, if you guys know exactly what I said, please type it in there. He has raised at least a bare minimum $1,600,000. I'll just put that right here. Okay. What's up, information man? Oh, we already have 412. Okay, cool. We got 938 people in the building. We already got 412 likes. I think that's what you're saying, which is awesome. Thank you so much. Our goal is to get to 500 likes. Well, did I say 2? No, I didn't say 2.5, did I? I thought I said like 1,600,000 or something like that. Anyway, the point is, Umar, he's raised way more than $1 million. Even though in this month of 2025, he's telling people that he hasn't even raised $1 million. He's a con man. Okay. What's up, Jonathan Kidd? Thanks for tuning on in Black Anonymous. Okay. Let's get to the video for today. Right. Oh, let me do this though too. Let me do this real quick. Another way that you can prove that Umar has raised $1 million is if it's very simple. Umar stated that on average he raises $125,000. It's way more than that because at one point he said he had raised $500,000 in 1 year. It was a year and a half actually. And one time he said he had raised I can't remember what he said, something crazy like $100,000 in 1 month. Oh, it's something crazy. Okay, I said 1.7. Okay, all right. So thank you so much. Okay, so bare minimum, because I can add it all back up. Matter of fact, while we're doing this, I'll add it all back up again. Bare minimum, Umar has raised $1.7 million. Yeah, I remember that. He did. I remember that. Umar has raised, I messed it up again, $1.7 million. I'm tripping. Umar has raised bare minimum $1.7 million. And I'll add all this up to again while we're going through this video. Okay. In fact, I can do it right now. The cash, because I have it written down actually. The cash, real quick. Let me get this off of here. It looks horrible. Okay, let me just do this real quick, just so that I can have it in my mind, and I'll write down the total figure. Remember, Umar stated that he had in a cash. This is separate from the purchase the year prior. He had remaining. He had $572,409. Okay, the purchase price for these abandoned buildings, which took place before this, was we're going to say $425,000. Umar said a little bit more than $400,000. So $425,000. That gets up to us the $997,409 back in 2020. We'll go over here to the top. Yeah, 2020. And then I'll add up the rest of these, which is 2021, 2022, 2023. 2021 was $116,585. 2022 was $121,646. 2023 was $204,822. Okay, so I'm getting $144,000. No, it wasn't that. I'm missing something. Okay. Anyway, someone said it was. I said, yeah. I think this is what it was. 1,618,000. I'm gonna leave it at that. Okay. Yeah, I have it. I have it right here. I wrote it down. Actually, I'm seeing it. Anyway, I got it right there. You guys ain't gonna be able to see it, but I actually wrote it down. Okay, so that's what it is. Let me just put this in here inside the chat room because I'm missing something. I can't remember what it was. $1,618,354 raised up until 2023. We're not counting 2024, and we're not counting 2025. And the 2024, that filing, if he actually filed, it should be coming out soon for public, for everyone to see. Okay, so it's going to be interesting out to see how much he claims that he's raised. I'm sure he's raised more than what he's actually claiming because they're sending him cash and he's a con man. But bare minimum, 1 million, and then we're going to get going here. $1,618,354 raised up until 2023. And the point is that Umar is still telling people that he hasn't raised $1 million in 2025. I will propose that he's raised $2.7 million. Okay. And there's so many ways of proving that Umar has raised $1 million. Let me just do some real quick. It's going to take 30 seconds. Umar, I have him on record. I played it last week. He claims that he receives $125,000 on average per year. Okay, we can take $125,000, and he's been raising money since the St. Paul school scam since 2014, the spring of 2014. We're in the summer of 2025, so that's 11 years of raising money. If we take $125,000 and multiply that by 11 years, we get to $1,375,000. He's a con man. He's a liar, and then he wants to blame everyone else. Right, there's a lot of money missing, a whole lot of money missing. All right, let's get into the show. Okay, thank you guys for bearing with me as I got through those receipts. All this is public record. You guys can look this up for yourself. You can look it by EIN number, which I showed. You can also look it based upon the name or organization. He has two different ones. The first one was called the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG Leadership Academy with the EIN number 46-5707643, based in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And then he has a second one that he set up after that one got revoked because he wasn't following with the IRS proper paperwork to tell them how much money he was collecting. He's a con man. He set up another one, and this one is called the FDMG RBG Leadership Academy with the P.O. Box, and this is out of Wilmington, Delaware, 19809. The EIN number is 84-5179390. And he started that one up in 2020. First one was in 2017. The first one got revoked in 2017, which means that all the money that Umar raised from that revocation up until 2020, it's all personal income. He's a con man. All right, let's get going here. Real quick, Black Wolf gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Whoever received that membership, make sure you thank Black Wolf. That's what Umar be doing. Thanks, Black Wolf. Life with Shaq says, what is the difference between a 501c3 status and a 501c4 status? Why the switch after he lost the first EIN? From what I remember, the 501c4 is more political, if memory serves me correctly. The 501, wait a minute, I think I may got it backwards. One of them, I believe, one of them is for if you have a religious type of institution. The other one, if you have a political. Okay, don't quote me on that. Okay, I'll look it up though right now. I'm going to type in 501(3)(4) versus 501(3)(C), and I'll just read what it says here. There's not much research, but I'm just going to read what it says. Both 501c3 and 501c4 are types of nonprofit organizations that are exempt from federal income tax. However, they have different purposes and are subject to different rules, particularly regarding political activities and tax deductibility of donations. Here are the key differences between the 501c3 and the 5. This will be in a documentary for sure. Thanks for bringing this up, Life with Shaq. Here are the differences between 501c3 and a 501c4. The purpose of a 501c3 organizations are primarily focused on charitable, religious, see what I was saying, but also it says here scientific, educational, and similar public service activities, while 501c4 organizations aim to promote social welfare through civic and political means. Right now, he has a 501c3, but 501c4, that's what he initially got. It's to promote social welfare through civic and political means. So it's more about politics. That's what I was kind of explaining. I just got him confused. The other one still, it's focused on charitable, religious, scientific, educational, and similar public service activities. That's the 501c3. Yeah, so those are the two differences. Tax deductibility of donations. Donations to 501c3 organizations are typically tax deductible for the donors, whereas donations to the 501c4 organizations are generally not. So what that means is that when he set up the tax exempt status for the initial the St. Paul's College back in 2014, he didn't have it at first, but I would think he had it by the end of the year, but it's not retroactive. So we can say 2015, that any money that was donated, that the person who donated, they could not they could not deduct it from their own taxes. Does this make sense? And that's why when Umar finally got the second when he got the second EIN number, he set up as a 501c3, and then he made the announcement that for the first time, this is what he said, for the first time now, when you donate, you can actually deduct it from your taxes. Y'all remember that? Hit the one. See, now all the pieces are fitting together now. Yeah, I see. So all the donations that he collected from 2014 all the way to 2020, any of y'all who donated, you could not deduct that from your own taxes, your personal taxes. Or if you're a business that was donating, if that makes sense, right? Real quick, political activities and lobbying. 501c3 organizations face significant restrictions on political lobbying and cannot endorse candidates. Their lobbying activities must be limited. 501c4 organizations can engage in unlimited lobbying and political advocacy, including endorsing candidates, as long as these activities support their social welfare mission and political intervention. Is not their primary purpose. Public support test. 501c3 organizations generally need to meet a public support test by receiving donations from a broad base of donors. 501c4 organizations are not required to meet this test and can be funded by fewer donors. Interesting. And then the last thing here, it says 501 donor disclosure. 501c3 organizations are required to disclose certain donor information to the IRS and potentially make it public. 501c4 organizations are generally not required to publicly disclose their donors list. So that's probably why. It's probably one of the reasons why he initially set up a 501c4, so that he would not have to disclose who's donating to him. And so he sets up a 501c3 because you're required to disclose certain donor information to the IRS and potentially make it public. Let me read this again. 501c3 organizations are required. Oh, okay. No, no. So I got that backwards. They're required to disclose certain donor information to the IRS, including how much money you've raised, and potentially make it public, which Umar has not done. So he should be actually making this public. 501c4 organizations are generally not required to publicly disclose their donor list. That just means who the donors are, right? Last thing, in summary, a 501c3 is suitable for organizations focused on traditional charitable work that benefit from tax-deductible donations, while 501c4 is more appropriate for groups focused on political advocacy and lobbying without prioritizing tax-deductible donations. Some organizations may establish both a 501c3 and a 501c4 to engage in both charitable and political activities. There you have it. Hey, thanks for asking. I appreciate it. And thanks for the super chat as well. Akeem says, Lenon, you've been kind of aggressive the last few episodes. You must have been hanging out with Mitchie Slick. What? What are you talking about? I don't even know what that means. You must be a young person. I don't know what that means. I'm scared to look it up. Thanks, Akeem, for the super chat. What's up, big man? Here we go. Here we go. Shout out to Big Man, one of the OGs. Yeah, there's a neat. I was gonna say the other word. Ninjanomics. I'm trying to explain this raw cash, family. Thanks, Big Man. Good to see you too. Swagger says, "Hey, brother Lenon, how you feel health wise? You good? I'm doing better. I still got the cough. My wife was telling me today, you still sick? I said, yeah, it's been a month. I'm feeling better. Every day I feel a little bit better, feeling a little bit stronger too. So it's all good. Thanks for asking. I appreciate it. Okay. And thanks for super chat. Swagonito, thanks for super chat. Big Man, and also Akeem, everyone else. Thank you so much. Let's get into it now. We're an hour in. We got about 1,000 people in the building. This is going to be crazy. I already know. All right. So what we're going to do to start is we're going to go back to the first video that Umar posted. Then we're going to do the second one. We're going to do the third one where he's actually talking. There's a fourth one where he's talking too. Okay. The first two, they're very short. All right. Okay. So this is from 2 days ago on the 14th, if memory serves me correctly. And this is what Umar posted on his Instagram page. All right, y'all ready for this? All right, Quick Crush Chat's undefeated. Here we go.
Brothers and sisters, as we start a new year, vandalism has begun.
What are you talking about, a new year? This is June 2025. It's June 2025, Umar. Why are you doing this already? Why is he saying that? Cookie Crush Chat, please explain.
Brothers and sisters, as we start a new year.
This guy, I'll tell you, he living in a whole other universe. You know what I'm saying? This guy, his temporal mechanics, I mean, this guy, I like sci-fi and everything, but Umar, we're in the middle of 2025. You already got me going. What's up, Sequoia? Thank you so much, Dee. Thank you so much. He started off with some bull jive. Already lying. He come out the box line, like, you know what I'm saying? What's up, Star? This guy, Sequoia Derek. I just want to tell everybody, first of all, I love y'all. Second of all, Happy New Year. Okay. Nat Turner, Solar Return. I don't know. Maybe he's talking. I don't know. I'm just gonna let it go. We can't even get going on to this thing. Renee, we can't even get started on this. He already doing it. He always do this. He on Super CT. He on Super CP time. Listen, I'll be a couple minutes, a couple months late, but this guy, man. Well, Umar, he wild. This guy, he woke up in January. It's January 1st this month. So Umar, no. We're in the middle of the year, Umar. Umar, we're in the middle of the year, okay? Cut it out. Yeah, it's dog years, you know what I'm saying? Something like that. I don't know. Thanks, Rizzo. All right. Let's get going here. We can't even start. You know what I'm saying? Here we go.
Brothers and sisters, as we start a new year, vandalism has began again at the Frederick Douglass High School. As we start a new year, vandalism has begun.
It has begun? What in the world's going on? This guy got 6 degrees allegedly. Talking about it's the beginning of the year and the vandalism has begun. Oh my God, this guy, what in the world? Lenon, followers of Pookieism observe a different kind. Oh no. Yeah, Umar, his religious code is called Pookieism. You know, followers of Pan Pookieism, they observe a different calendar, different eating habits, you know, different commitments. They don't commit to no women. They got baby mamas. Let me stop. They live in their mama house. Listen, that's one of the things, one of the rules of being in the Pan Pookieism cult is you gotta live in your mama closet. No excuses, all right? No matter how old you are either, you know. All right. you can raise a million 375,000, 1,618,000, but you still gotta live in your mama closet. All right. Thank you, Marcus. Oh man. Okay. Let me get myself together. Lunch Break Chronicle says Chinese New Year is maybe that's what he's talking about. Is it Chinese? But then why would he be using Chinese New Year if he's a Pan-African? It's Chinese New Year. No, that's from February 17th to that starts in February of 2026. I don't know. Anybody got any clues? It's not Chinese. I just looked it up. That's from February of 2026 to March of 2026. We're in June. Let me see what. Yeah, I'm trying to give Umar the benefit. benefit of the doubt. What new year is in maybe he's talking about something else. I don't know. And June. Okay, in the Hindu calendar, the new year for the Coochie people. Now it makes sense. Now it makes sense. I know I'm pronouncing it wrong, but maybe it's Kutchi. In the Hindu calendar, New Year for the Coochie people, known as Ashadi Bij, occurs in June, specifically on the second day of the waxing moon in the Hindu month of Ashada. Additionally, the Odunde festival, maybe this is what he's talking about. The Odunde festival, where Odunde means Happy New Year in the Yoruba language, is celebrated on the second Sunday of June. That's what he's talking about. Okay. All right. I had to figure it out. It's not the Coochie. It's the other one. The Islamic New Year may also fall in June, with the date varying each year. I'm going to assume, though, that Umar is not referring to the Islamic New Year. I think he's talking about, in the Yoruba language, it's the Odunde festival. It means Happy New Year in the Yoruba language. Is celebrated on the second Sunday of June. Okay, that's what I think he's talking about. Okay, it's not Chinese, though. Thank you for the super chat. And Husband Carl says he was in a cookie coma until, yeah, I know. Yeah, and you guys do realize that Umar, he hasn't been up there in over a month. He's been traveling over the world. See, and then he shows back up here, and allegedly there's some vandalism taking place. We're gonna get to it. Thanks, Kiara. Brian Tisbell says, I just want to get up here and say, has begin. Okay, I got. It sound like Umar talking. He wants to get up here and just say it has begin. Okay, all right. Let's go back. I want to hear that again. We figured out the New Year part, but now we're going to go to the has begin part. Here we go.
Brothers and sisters, as we start a new year. Brothers and sisters, as we start.
Yeah, and I really think he's talking about the Yoruban New Year.
A new year, vandalism has began again at the Frederick Douglass High School. As we start a new year, vandalism has begun.
What in the world, Brian Tisdale? Can you explain this to me? This guy claims to have 6 degrees, and he says that the new year has begun. Damn. Appreciate it, though. Thank you for letting us know, Brian Tisdale. Thank you for super chat, too. I appreciate it. Wow, this is crazy. We ain't even but 10 seconds into this. Thanks, Brian, for the super chat. Daxter, thank you so much. I think it's a super sticker. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Night Jade says it's a new school year. Yeah, according to Umar. Yeah, it's a new school year in the middle of June while he's traveling around the world, according to Umar. Yeah. Thanks, Night Jade, for being a member. What's up, Barry? Barry says Umar is using the Aztec. No, I don't think so. Let me go look real quick. Aztec. There's no way. Aztec calendar New Year. The Aztec New Year, also known as Año Nuevo Mexicano or Año Nuevo Azteca, falls on March 12th. No, Barry, cut it out. No. He's not using the Aztec New Year. He's using the Yoruba. Thanks, Barry. Well, I hope you're doing all right, too. Good to see you in the chat room today. I appreciate it. And then Big Man also said the old graffiti said Ann's tuna fish. I remember it. Like it was yesterday. Real quick, the graffiti is not anything new either. There's been graffiti all throughout the years. When initially, after Umar acquired these abandoned buildings, someone spray painted on the back of the building. I kid you not, it was on some doors. That's the one y'all remember this. And it said, Ann's tuna fish tastes great. I'm just gonna leave it right there. It says something else, but we just gonna be kind. Thanks, Big Man. I remember that. So the point is that the graffiti, that's nothing new. And if Umar's traveling all over the world, these buildings have been vacant to this community for the last decade. Okay, 4 years after the Moyer Academy closed, they sat. Over 6 years since Umar acquired these abandoned buildings. We're talking about a decade. the community out there, they don't see these buildings as schools. They're not schools. Schools are a place of learning. Go look it up in the dictionary. They see these buildings as abandoned buildings, and they will graffiti. There's been times Umar's gone up there and there's a bucket and they're using the bucket as a toilet outside. There's times he's gone up there and there's drug paraphernalia on the steps. I have a video where there's a person nodding out on the steps, like real bad. I have a video. Also have a video of a woman, a homeless woman sleeping on the steps. And the list goes on and on and on. Trash all over the place. One time there was a little baby bed mattress sitting out there. The list goes on and on and on. Again, graffiti, it was there back then with Ann. It's here today. Back in 2019 with Ann. Ann's not around these days, and it's here today in 2025. So there's nothing new. Thanks, big man. Yeah, I remember that. I totally remember that because we were clowning about that for many months. Eric, what's up, Eric? People says, wait till you see the rest of the. Okay. Let's get going here. Okay. I got blowed off. All right, we're gonna get into it. We will be back tomorrow, and if we need to do part 2 for this tomorrow, we'll do part 2. Okay, but we'll get through as much as we can this evening. Shout out to the Coup Quartet. Thank y'all for being here too. Okay, I appreciate y'all's presence. I really do. We got 975 votes, 980. It's going up. The question is, who is to blame for the alleged FDMG vandalism? 70% right now say Umar Johnson. 4% said the FDMG donors. 5% said Seti, Tariq, Boyce, Zora, and Tasha K. And 21% said LenonHonor, the Cookie Christ chat. Okay. I wonder if there's anyone in here who actually voted and try to blame me in the Cookie Christ chat. It's probably Umar's followers. Anyway, here we go. Let's get back to it.
Brothers and sisters, as we start a new year.
By the way, Umar also posted there, I will review cameras and file police report. You will not get away with this. Okay, we would like to see that police report, Umar. And what cameras are you talking about? I don't think that there's cameras on this side of the street. There's no electricity on this side of the street.
Brothers and sisters, as we start a new year, vandalism has began again at the Frederick Douglass High School. As we start a new year, vandalism has begun.
Oh my God, Brian, get your boy.
At the Frederick Douglass High School, we haven't had anybody vandalizing the school for several years now.
That's not true. He lying right there. Hashtag lie. Every time he lied for the rest of this live stream, hashtag lie. It was vandalized about 2 months ago. Do I need to pull it up? And Umar, he talked about it too. He's such a lie. This guy lies so much. Damn. He lies so much. Hashtag lie. For the rest of people, for the cooker chat, for the rest of this live stream. Okay, we're going to do the. This guy is, and I don't get it. Why even lie about that? Let me find this real quick. What? I don't even remember what month it was. I don't even remember, but I have it. Let me see. Hold on 1 second. Let me see if it comes up this way. Yeah, here we go right here. This is from January. This is from March 2nd. Don't worry, I got the receipt. Here you go.
Yeah, folks. This is Don M, the FDMG Boogeyman. Straight.
By the way, I'm not promoting anyone's Cash App. It's on there. If I'd known it was going to be on there, I would have redacted it. So I don't promote anyone. I just don't do that anymore. Okay, so I just want to make that clarification.
Delaware. And we're delivering the message. Hopefully we get this message clear, because this is a message to all those who don't know the situation. Umar Johnson owes me money for unpaid wages for being at the school.
These buildings look scary. Look at this shit. Man, like a haunted house.
He didn't pay me. I had to take him to court. He still didn't pay me. It's been over 4 years of fighting, trying to get my money. And he's been running around, fronting as if he's Black Power. So I'm here to collect.
Yeah, this is from March.
The time is
2nd.
now.
March 2nd, 2025.
It's time to collect. If you don't know, Hit the cash app. Icy Dawn 167. That's $ Icy Dawn 167. Hit the cash app, right? $ Icy Dawn 167.
It was vandalized 3 months ago, 3 months, and we'll just say 3 months and 2 weeks, 3.5 months ago, and 2 weeks, 3.5 months ago.
167. Icy.
Umar talked about this too, so I don't understand why he's gonna lie like that. I don't understand why he's gonna lie like that. He even posted a meme, if memory serves me correctly. He posted a meme talking about how the authorities or something like that. See, this is from, okay, so hold on one second. Okay, so let me see if I got the video where Umar responds to this. Excuse me. No, that's not it. That wouldn't be it. This may be it. I don't know. I wasn't planning on even pulling all this up, but let me go ahead and just see here real quick. I'm taking a chance here. Hopefully ain't nothing crazy.
Most of you are not all in your face. No, Bunny. Today, I'm going to give y'all. Oh, you zesty ass.
Yeah, I think he addresses in this, but we're not going to go through all that. But the point is that that was the video where the school was vandalized was actually about 3 months ago, something like 2.5 months ago. So I don't know why Umar is on here lying like this.
Had anybody vandalizing the school for several years now. We do have cameras. I'm going to go through the cameras and find out who it is, and I will make a police report. I will be sending images to the police. We haven't had any vandalism in years.
That's not true either, because he actually had vandalism with the rock too. Someone threw a rock through the window. That was within the last 2 years. There's another lie right there. Hashtag lie.
And now the vandalism is back, but it will not go unchecked. It will not go unchecked, brothers and sisters.
This place is still filthy. You see this? Look at this. Damn. 6 years later.
I go unchecked.
Look at all this trash and filth back here. Umar, you ain't got no shame.
It will not go unchecked, brothers and sisters.
All right, so that's the first video. Here's the second video that Umar posted. And he's saying, destroyed my private book collection of 5,000 titles. What? Exactly 5,000? 5,000 books, including rare and out of print books. This was personal. Hopefully the cameras will show. What do you mean, hopefully? Oh. Here we go. Hopefully the cameras will show us who did it. Poured paint all over my books and cultural artifacts. Well, what are your books and cultural artifacts doing in there? Oh, wait a minute. You've been homeless since 2019. And did not tell people that he's turned that other side of the street that he hasn't shown until this video. He hadn't shown it for 5 years. And I told people one of the reasons why he hasn't shown it, first of all, it's the trash, it's this filth. But he hasn't shown it because he uses it as his own personal storage facility. That's where y'all's money's gone, your donors. Him acquiring this trap battles for $425,000 back in 2019. All the money that Umar has collected, bare minimum $1,618,354. At the end of the day, he's turned these trap banners to his own personal store. Because not one black child has been educated. He hasn't thrown any events that is going to help children. He did throw 2 parties where he's at the end of them, he's marrying women and all this other bullshit. Goofy. That's where y'all's money gone. But understand, I told people, hit the one. I told people that he turned this into his own personal storage space. He already turned that small gym into his own personal storage space, and it's just shit all over the place. Now he's inside. Look like he's inside the big gym now, and that's the side of the street. He ain't shown that in over a half a decade, but he's gonna show it now. See, Umar's been homeless since 2019, so he uses these abandoned buildings to store his shit. Some of y'all goof. Some of y'all, I don't mean to say it like some of y'all goofy think he trying to open up a school. No, he stores shit in there. That's what he do. Let me see if I got these pictures already up in here real quick. Hold on one second. Let me see. No, that's not it. I don't think I have them. Oh no, here it is, right here. Here, let me pull these up for you all. This is the small. What he calls a small. Gonna say small bando. This is the small gym. Okay, so that's one. Let me get the other two. Hold on one second, y'all. Wait, is this it? Yeah, this is it. No, that's not it. That's another picture. I can show you all that one too. I ain't gonna show you all that one. Let's stick with these ones. And 1732. And let me pull up one more. 1732. Here you go. This is I don't even remember what if this was this year or last year, but here's the first picture right here. Okay, this is in the small gym. This isn't the big gym that he's showing now. This is the small gym. Look, he got shoes in there. Well, he got his shoes in there. Shouldn't that be inside of his apartment? He's been homeless since 2019. See this? He just turned it all into a storage space. It's his personal storage. Let me pull up real quick just to show you guys that this is Umar. This is how he is. He's a hoarder, and he lives in filth like this. Let me pull up the video. I've shown it so many times, but I'm gonna show you all right here. This is when he flipped his phone back in 2019. So I want y'all to see, because remember, all this was cleared out. This was cleared out. But now look at it. This is a pattern of Umar in his behavior. Look.
For mail, send those resumes in. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com.
See this? He's living in filth. He's a hoarder.
FDMG
We got about 1,100 people in the building. Shout out to Cook Crush Chats on the feed. Y'all hit that like button. I appreciate it.
resumes.
See this?
At G.
Look. And then he has a walkway down the middle to get to the window, but it's all trash and filth all over the place. See, this is when Umar had his own place. He was living in filth. He had been there for at least 9 years because he got his first eviction in 2010. He was there to resolve that. Then he got a second eviction in 2019. He was unable to resolve that. He's been homeless ever since.
Com is what we're looking for. Is what we gmail.com.
I mean, no, you Umar Johnson followers, you cannot explain this away.
MG.
Umar he tried to explain this away. He said he's moving in the process of moving. He wasn't moving to no Delaware. He still ain't moved to Delaware 6 years later.
Resume at
look at this.
Gmail.
Damn. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. When we look at a picture like this gym was cleared, but now it becomes more and more compacted. Who knows what it looks like now? See, this is what he calls the small gym. What he's showing in this other video, this is the large gym. The irony is that Umar hasn't shown the inside of this building in over 5 years. Think about that for a moment. Over 5 years, but he shows it now. See? Before we get into this video, let me get to these super chats because I want to stay on. I don't want to get backed up on it. I apologize. Thank y'all too for all the support too. Okay, I really do appreciate it. Okay, I'll extend it. My family appreciates it too. I don't take anything for granted, and even y'all's presence here, I don't take it for granted. Okay, I do not. I never have, and I never will. I appreciate you all. Okay, so let me do these super chats real quick. Barry, I got this. No, it's not the Aztec calendar. I guarantee you that. Okay, that would be funny though if he said that. Thanks, Barry. Yeah, we got this one too, big man. You remember that? Corny says Lenon wrote "Show Me Love" on the. No, I didn't. I ain't never been up there. I ain't never reached out to Umar. I ain't never sent him no messages. He has reached out to me. One time he had a Laura reach out to me. I just laughed. Okay. He's posted my personal information. He even tried to get his so-called Goonie Goons. He called them pull-up team. Post my home address and told his followers to come and see me, as it were. Okay. That's Umar. He's had his followers reach out to me. They've made up all types of falsehoods about me, my wife, and my kids. Some of them they've got on here and they've actually stalked my kids on social media, posting my children's social media information and stuff on their YouTube pages. Pictures of my family members, extended family members, so forth and so on. Back in the day, they was tripping because my dad be online throwing up gang signs and shit. He was never a gangster. But even if he was, who gives a shit? Okay, midlife crisis, it happens, and he wants to dress in all red. He wants to kick it and all that, try to throw it up there. Okay, I get it, whatever. Do what you want to do. Shit. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna hold you on that. See, you ain't gonna catch me, crip walking and shit. This just not me. I grew up around this shit. They got family members that was in them streets and cousins too. I'm talking about close family members, but cousins too. That's what they was doing. Friends and everything. But you ain't gonna see me, 50, and now all of a sudden it's not gonna happen. It was 40, whatever it was way back. But anyway, the point is, even if he was, who gives a shit? But they did it because they felt as if it was going to disparage me and so forth and so on. Now, it doesn't disparage me. It's irrelevant. If anything, it shows, resolve, and that the next generation does better than the previous one. Okay? Shit. Anyway, the point is that dealing with all of that over these many years, Umar has sent his followers after me, made up all kinds of lies about me, my wife, and my kids, and extended family members. I've never done any of that. It's not necessary. Never lied on Umar, not one time. In fact, some people are saying you're lying about him getting evicted. I'm going to show y'all. Let me get the file first, and then what I'm going to do is, and it doesn't matter because he don't stay there anymore. You got you can actually find this yourself. You can look it up yourself. But I'm going to redact the address. Okay, this is the one from 2010. And a matter of fact, let me see something. I don't know if it's going to allow me to do it this way. Let me see. And that's another thing. They was saying stuff like my wife and I, we were on Section 8 housing. Never been on Section 8 housing. But Umar, he was his mama is on Section 8 housing. And that's where he stays when he can. They're also saying that my wife and I, we had been evicted and we were involved in what do they call that? I can't remember. When you get services from the government or whatever, and we were committing fraud and all this kind of stuff. No. We did get kicked out of a residence, but there was never any official paperwork that was ever filed. Okay? And then they pulled up my father's eviction. It was one of Umar's followers. They were looking, and there was other people that was talking about this too. My father got evicted back in the day in San Diego, but I wasn't even living in San Diego at that time. Matter of fact, once I graduated high school, I was gone, and I only returned to San Diego to live. No, that's not true. After college, I moved back to San Diego for a couple of years, and then I moved to Oakland. That's where I met my wife. It's next year to be 25 years. And then after that, we moved back to San Diego. We stayed with my mom for about 3 months before we moved to Atlanta. So the plan was to move to Atlanta. We had a stopover in San Diego. It was maybe less than 3. No, it was about 3 months, maybe 2.5, 3 months. And then we moved to Atlanta. And then after that, we came back to San Diego for a number of years. And then we moved out of San Diego. And then we ultimately moved where we're at now. Anyway, the point is that people have told all types of lies about me, my wife, and my kids. I remember one person, they were saying that I was gay and that that I was gay and that my wife was gay too. Okay, y'all be doing too much. Y'all really be doing too much. Okay, so here's the first document right here. What I'm going to do, let me see if it allows me to do this. And if not, that's okay. I can do it another way. Yeah, it allowed me to do it. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly redact some stuff here. I'll leave his name. I'll redact the address here. And then it doesn't matter because he doesn't even stay here anymore. I could leave it on here, but just for cybersecurity purposes. Again, he doxed my home address and told his pull-up team, to come see me. Yeah, it's the cult leaders. They'll try to get other people to do their dirty work, but they'll never step to anybody. And Umar, he marshmallow. He try to talk tough and try to act bad, but he ain't got no street in him whatsoever. None. He's a mama's boy. Okay. And he tried to act like, yeah, I'm from the streets. He ain't from the streets. He went to a boarding school. Everything provided for him. Big old goofy. Let me just check here. Again, I'm going to redact what I'm seeing here. If there's things that are shown that is his old address, I want to apologize. That's not my intent. But I don't think I'm trying to make sure that I get everything that I'm actually seeing here. Here it is, another one right here. Again, he doesn't stay here. He got evicted in 2019. He's been homeless ever since. But just for cybersecurity, I mean, you guys can actually look this up, and his address will come up anyway. His old address, and he has not had his own personal residence. He stayed in Mama closet when he can since 2019. All right. Okay, so I think I got through the first one. I apologize. I wasn't planning on pulling this up, but I'm just going to, because people say, no, you're making it up. No, I'm not making it up. It's not necessary. There's one more. In fact, let me just look down because I don't even think I need to show all this because I only need to really show the first couple of pages. This is the Philadelphia Municipal Court, First Judicial District of Pennsylvania. This is for September 9th. Excuse me. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. What is this? October 7th of 2019. Remember, he purchased abandoned buildings in February, but the money ran out. He had whatever he had left. That's what he spent. And then he couldn't even make rent. He had been living off the money prior to that. All that money was gone. This is 2019. Okay. So listen, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to show the whole document because I don't think I've redacted everything. But for the first couple of pages, I've redacted. Actually, for the first, 25 pages, I've redacted stuff. But I'll only show the first couple of pages. And then when I have some time, I'll make sure that I go through this and get everything out of here so that his old address is not listed. So this is the one from 2019, but he also had one in 2010. I'm going to show that one first, but let me just do this real quick because he has a history of this. He was able to resolve this one, but he never resolved the one in 2019. And I'll just show the first page of this, but let me just make sure I get everything out of here. Okay. Hold on one second. It's not dark enough for some reason. Okay, now I tried to use red, but for some reason it's still showing. Hopefully it's not going to do that for the other one. Okay, the other one looks fine. All right, so here's the first one. And thanks, Courtney, for the super chat. Here's the first one. We do a screen share. All right, here we go. Oh, it's not letting me do it for some reason. Oh, here we go. Okay, this is the first one right here. You guys see this? Let me make it bigger. So Philadelphia Municipal Court, First Judicial District of Pennsylvania. Marshall H. Nayfield, President Judge. Patricia McDermott, Deputy Court Administrator, Landlord and Tenant Complaint. Chestnut Associates, Hill Associates. This date filed was 12/15/2010. Umar Abdullah Johnson and all other occupants. The address is here. I redacted that. I redacted this again here. Right here, it says, through whom the defendant claims under terms of written lease commencing on September 1st of 2019 for a term of 1 year, the plaintiff has complied with the requirements of Title 7, Chapter 7 of the Philadelphia Code, the required copy of the resident, blah, 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 blah. Possession on demand on the basis of, what does it say? Non-payment of rent. The within named defendants has been and is presently in possession of said property, meaning Umar Abdullah Johnson. Itemized below amounts due for rent and other payments required as described in the lease agreement, such as gas, electric, water, attorney fees, etc. Summarized amounts due below. See ledger ball. It says $500 total rent. He couldn't even, this guy, $500.13. The attorney fees is $250. And then the subtotal was $750. Court costs $83. And then the total due is $833. Umar couldn't even pay $500 in rent. But remember, this coincides with Umar giving up his career as a school psychologist, and he starts on his tour to quote unquote save Black people in the Black conscious community as a public speaker. He throws away his career as a school psychologist, and then that same year, again, this is the end of 2010. Remember, I told people he ain't worked consistently since 2010, 2011. He can't even make rent anymore. $500. He spoke at this time. Umar doesn't have his PsyD, but he has, according to him, 5 degrees. He would have 4 degrees because he only has 5, but he says he has 6. So at this time, he had not graduated from Militarization University with the PsyD, but he would have had, according to him, 4 other degrees, and he's working as a school psychologist, but he can't even come up with $500 in rent. So they put in paperwork to evict Umar. He's able to resolve this. Okay, and this shows you in this paperwork. If you guys ever want to go in and look it for yourself, you can. Plus ongoing rent in the amount of $1,189 a month from January 1st, 2011, date of hearing, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so I'm going to leave it at that. Okay, if you guys want to go look into this further, you're more than welcome to do so. This is all public record. That's the first one. He was able to resolve this one back in 2010. However, Umar was not able to resolve this one in 2019. Okay, same information up here. Landlord and tenant copy, LT-19-910-3811. Okay, date filed September 10th, 2019. Remember, he acquired these abandoned buildings in February of 2019. And ironically, Umar had he had listed for the year of 2020, 2020, that he had what did he say? $518,048 cash sitting in a non-interest bearing account. Well, if he had that amount of money sitting in a non-interest account, why was he unable to pay rent? He was living off the money since 2014. See, the money was gone. That's why he didn't start renovations right away in 2019. It wasn't until 2020 where he started renovations. He didn't have any money. He couldn't even pay rent. So he's lying to the IRS. The lease is written, attached, and began on January 12, 2019 for a term of 1 year or more. It's a lease, it's a residential. Okay, I'll scroll down. The amount of unpaid rent below and late fees alleged due. So for September of 2019, the rent was $1,450. Umar couldn't pay it. He didn't pay it. The late fee was $75. August of 2019, $1,450. Late fee is $75. In July of 2019, rent that he didn't pay for some reason, $19.53. There's no late fee. The attorney's fee is $350 for a total of $3,419.53. This is in 2019. Here's the totals up over here. The rent, $2,919.53. Late fees, $150. Attorney fees, $350. Subtotal, $3,419.53. The court costs $121.75. The total was $3,541.28. Now, he was able to, because this is the same residence, even though I redacted the information here, I redacted the address. It's the same residence. It's just by the time for the second, this filing right here for the eviction, Umar was able to resolve that. And if you guys look in terms of the Umar Johnson videos, I've done all the research. I got the timeline and everything. I have all the videos. If you look, you would see Umar live streaming from this location. Let me give you an example. In fact, when Umar flips his phone, that's this address. Look.
What we looking for? Strong alpha males, send those resumes in.
See, you would see Umar doing these live streams going back years. But once we get into September of 2019, you don't see him, and actually it's a little before this, you don't see him live streaming in this particular, from this particular spot because he's evicted from this spot.
FDMG resumes.
Again, this is the last time Umar had his own residence. This was it. After that, you start seeing for the rest of 2019, 2020, you see him, he's just live streaming out of hotel, motel rooms. He doesn't even have speaking engagements most of the time, but you see him live streaming out of hotel, motel rooms that because he didn't have a residence anymore, he's using donation money at that point.
At gmail.com, FDMG resumes.
Again, he hasn't worked a job by the time he hasn't worked a job since 2010, 2011. And even to this day, he still claims to be a school psychologist. He ain't worked as a school psychologist in 2010, 2011. He's a liar.
At gmail.com, FDMG resumes at
Excuse me. So this is the residence. Again, he had to have been there for about 9 years because the first eviction, this was in 2010. This second eviction that I was able to find, this is in 2019. And you can see this accumulation of trash and filth. And he was living like this. He's such a master manipulator. He'll set up a background that looks all African. It's just in the corner. It'll just look all African, but he's actually living in filth. Okay. The point is that this is in 2019. Umar was unable to resolve this particular eviction. And so what you find is that after this eviction that I showed here, I just showed it, you see him live streaming. You don't ever see him live streaming from this spot anymore, even though for years you see him live streaming there. You start seeing him in hotels and motel rooms. And then at a certain point, you start seeing him live streaming from his mama's closet. And then I'm going to show you all that real quick, just so that everyone can see the receipts. And he still does. He'll be in his mama's closet soon. Watch. Mark my words. Because he always go back to mama's house. He's a mama's boy. Don't want to work a job, 50 years old, got baby mamas and kids up out here trying to tell black people what they need to do. But he's steady living inside his mama closet. What kind of man? 50 years old, won't tell black people and black men in particular, we need to do this and you need to do. You live in your mama closet. I'm in the wrong folder. Hold on one second. Oh, I'm still in the wrong folder. I'm sorry. I'm in a subfolder. Here we go. Let's go. Let me see what the first year that I can find where Umar is live streaming inside his mama closet, because I can't remember. We had talked about this before. I'm in the 2019 folder to the end. I know he doesn't. He's not going to be there. 2022, you start seeing him live streaming out of hotels and motel rooms over and over again. Live streaming from his car more, live streaming from the park more, but you don't see him ever again inside that location. And then you see him in his mama closet starting in September of 2020. So September of 2020, you see him, he starts live streaming in his mama closet. Here's one example of that. This is from September 7th, 2020.
I want to say a few quick things about this upcoming presidential election.
And they're drinking their wine with their three-piece suits and their long dresses. And while the white Democrats are having a big meal, the black mice come in and we go squealing around the floor. Squeal, 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 squeal. And we wait for the crumbs to drop off the Democratic table. We wait for the crumbs to drop off, and then we grab a crumb and we run back into our little mice hole. We run back into our little mice hole.
Mice hole, what?
And we share the little crumbs with the other
6 degrees
black mice, and we say, look how good our Democratic masters are. They gave us a crumb. You wasn't invited to the dinner. You ain't got to see that.
Okay, this is his mama closet. But see, the backdrop changes though. So the one that people are most used to seeing for many years now, I'm gonna find that one. Hold on one second. Let me point something else out too. Notice how Notice how the curtains, it's like a red lace. That's his mama's house. You see this back here? And he's sitting inside that funkified chair. Matter of fact, I'm gonna pull up the chair video to show y'all what I'm talking about, because that's when we realized, y'all remember this, some of y'all were around back then, hit the one, when we realized that Umar, all that time, he had been living in his mama's closet because he got evicted. And there's this one video where Umar, he's ranting, he's talking, and then after a certain point, he gets up because someone's at the door. He gets up to answer the door, and he's still live streaming. You can't really hear it all that well, but what I was able to do was to put it into my audio editing software and go and put in different filters and then raise the volume, and you can actually hear the conversation. And once I did that, Umar, he actually explains how he's the primary caretaker for his mother, and that's why he was justifying why it was that he was there. He's not supposed to be living there. It's Section 8 housing. I have the receipt to show you that because he received an eviction notice a couple of years ago. See, Umar's supposed to be the primary caretaker traveling all over the world. He tells the IRS that he's spending 60 hours a week at FDMG while he's traveling all over the world, and at the same time being the primary caretaker. He's a con man. But see, the reason why he goes back to his mama's closet is because he's not even man enough. What kind of man at the age of 50 can't even support himself? He got to go and live inside his mama's closet. This is what most people are used to seeing Umar streaming from. And for years now, because he likes this backdrop with this broke down chair right here. This is the video that we were watching. And at a certain point, Umar gets up. It's a side closet. So whenever you see Umar live streaming, and he's going to be in there soon, understand that this is his mama closet. Section 8 housing in the hood. How are you going to raise one at bare minimum? And you telling people in February, I don't mean to go off on this guy today, but how can you tell Umar, how can you tell people that you have not raised $1 million? You take your shots at me because I've exposed you as a fraud, and I've exposed how in 7 different ways now that you have raised $1 million, and you're telling people that you haven't even gotten to $1 million. During this live stream, I proved that you have raised bare minimum $1,618,354. And then you get mad at me and talk shit, but you don't even have enough, I don't know what it's called, manhood in you to be able to have your mama living out of Section 8 housing that you stay in like a little boy bum at the age of 50. I don't mean to go off on this guy today. Let me see where he gets his let me stop. When he gets up out this chair, I think this is the video. Yeah, here we go. Look at this bum chair. So what happens if we were watching this video, the memories. Look.
Let me give you the background. This is a book on the greatest speeches given.
See, the doorbell rang. See, you ain't even man enough, and his mama's disabled. She wheelchair bound. You're not even man enough to change out the battery out of the it's just ghetto. You're not even mad enough to change out the battery for the fire alarm system, and it's beeping in the background while you're talking about this book in this funkified chair inside your mama closet. What kind of man? Y'all see this backdrop back here with the sun? Anytime you see Umar with this backdrop with the sun, mama closet, 50 years old, deadbeat. Raised millions of dollars.
Let me give you the background. This is a book on the greatest speeches given.
So you hear the doorbell?
Excuse
Fire
me.
alarm. Look at this chair. What kind of man? What kind of man? Ain't no way. This chair was back in the day. Frederick Douglass was sitting this when he got his second wife, that white woman. He a snow bunny hopper. We ain't gonna get into that right now. I heard Moses was the one that put it together. It was delivered by Amazon. Amazon delivered it. It was delivered. And Moses put that thing together. And Umar had it ever since. All right. See, it's a side closet because when he gets up, you hear him It's not a door. He just slides over. You know, like the one in pantry doors, the kind you slide over like a barn door. Look.
Excuse-moi.
See that? Light comes in and shit. He slides it over to the side. See, I thought he was opening up a window because when the YouTube page King Kong Consciousness, when they initially uploaded this video, they edited all of this part out. So it looks like he just walked over for a second and opened something up. I thought it was a window and then sat back down. No, he has this long conversation in the background. It's a social worker coming to check on Umar Johnson's mama, who's wheelchair bound and in Section 8 housing. And Umar starts to explain why it is that he's there. He's not supposed to be there. He's not on the paperwork for the lease in Section 8 housing. He just returns there when he doesn't have a speaking engagement and when he doesn't have enough money to rent out a hotel, motel room. Your donor's money, by the way. What kind of man? Okay, you won't be able to hear the conversation all that well, but we've gone through it. In fact, when the woman the social worker asks, like they're doing a wellness check, that's what it is. When they ask if the mama's there, Umar says no. But then when he gets done with this live stream, you hear him talking to his no. After she leaves, he locks the door, and then you hear him talking to his mama. Anyway, keep this in mind, okay? Whenever you see Umar sitting in this funky chair and with this backdrop with old videos, understand it's in mama closet. Okay, he finally, after he has this conversation, it goes on for several minutes. So let's see, he gets up at 40 minutes, 20 seconds. He returns at 42. So he has about a 2-minute conversation with the social worker. Then he sits down.
Brothers and sisters, the work never ends. I'm not getting rid of my chair. I love this chair. This chair has been with me for almost 20 years. I've been sitting in this chair before y'all knew me. I was sitting in this chair when I became a school psychologist. I was sitting in this chair when I got my doctorate. I was sitting in this chair when I took over the conscious community. I was sitting in this chair when I became King Kong Consciousness.
Okay, he became a school psychologist in 2000. That's when he did his internship at the age of 26. In 2001, that's when he started working in the Philadelphia School District, and he worked there for about 7 years. That's his career right there. Then he starts in the lecture scene by 2010. He was also doing work with what do they call those charter schools at a certain point. But the point is that we're talking 2000. This video, I think this video is from 2020. I want to say 2022. And that's my best guess at this point, 2022. If that's the case, Umar would have had this chair for over 2 decades. And it looks like it.
I'm not giving up this chair until the chair gives up on me. I'm not giving up on this chair until this chair gives up on me. I'm not giving up this chair until this chair gives up on me.
Okay, again, remember, he's a hoarder. I already showed the video of him when he had his own place and he flipped the phone. He was living in filth. It's like he has a hoarder thing. It's a mental health issue. That's what it is. He's a mentally disturbed individual, and that's the reality of the situation. He's a mentally disturbed individual. All right, so I'm putting pieces together just so that we can kind of get a better grasp at what's happening in this video, because he's showing the inside of this abandoned building for the first time, this side of the street. This is the large gym for the first time in over 5 years. It's been half a decade. It's crazy. So let's get back to the video. I hope I've proven my point. Did I prove my point? Hit the one. Let me just check these super chats real quick. New member, Chrissy. Thank you so much, Chrissy. I appreciate it. What's up, SH Play? Appreciate you for tuning on this. I'm not sure if this is new vandalism. Maybe it's a new excuse to delay the opening and ask for more money. Okay, so yes, he will use it. I guarantee you. I haven't watched the video yet, but he will use it to ask for more money, because that's what he did with these other vandalism situations. So the rocks through the window. There was 2 of those that took place over the last 6, and it's going to happen because they're abandoned buildings. 6.5 years. 6 years and 4 months. I was going to be fair. There's also when someone painted over, they threw white paint on top of what he calls a sacred rock. He doesn't even go over there and sit on the sacred rock anymore. I think it's already run its course as a scam tool. That took place. That's another example. And yeah, he uses it as a play, woes me, opposition and sabotage, and then people who support this school scam, they want to send him money because they feel bad for him and they feel like he's struggling. No, he's rarely even up there. I don't know what people understand. Why don't people understand that he's rarely up there? So there's that. There's graffiti over the years. I even showed an example from a couple of months ago of a graffiti that was put on that Captain Crunch mural. And he uses that as an opportunity to ask for more money. And then he'll say things like, the money that should be going towards the school, it has to go towards this, as if it's a big thing to get some graffiti off of the wall. You see what I'm saying? So him asking for money, that's par for the course. He always does that. Now, here's the thing. To delay the grand opening, he's already done that this year, and he's done it over 25 times. He's changed it to the grand opening date over 25 times. Going all the way back, 2010, he posted on his Facebook page. He didn't even have Instagram back then. I don't even know if they had Instagram back then. 2010, on his Facebook page, that the school was going to open September 11, 2013. And then after that, he just, every single year since that point up until 2025, and then going into 2026, he's changed. And I'm saying going in because he's already changed the date to 2026 prior to this taking place. Now, this is a say HH place. What Umar may be doing is he may be setting this up so that when we get into 2026, when it gets towards the time where he said the school is going to open, he can come back and retroactively he can look back and say, oh, you know what? The reason why we're not going to be able to open in 2026 is because of the vandalism that took place in 2025. That's what I can see Umar doing. There's always some excuse. He's a con man. People, come on, wake up. You Umar Johnson followers, wake up. Now, you may enjoy what he says on other topics, when he talk about prison to school to prison pipeline, when he talk about ADHD, or he's talking about special education or whatever. Okay, cool. But when it comes to specifically this school scam, that's all it is. It's a money grab. And he conceptualized this in 2004. In 2005, that's when he said he starts building this great institution. Mind you, in 2005, at the same year, he's trying to scam the UNIA to get money out of them for a building fund to do renovations for a building up there in Philadelphia. Sound familiar? See, he rolls it over, and he just keeps rolling over. And see, understand, it doesn't start in Wilmington. No, it didn't start in 2019, and it didn't start with the St. Paul's College in 2014. Back in 2010, he was talking about the school that opened September 11, 2013. See, we're talking at least bare minimum 2 decades of this. But he was scamming way before, going back to 2005, trying to scam the UNIA. See? But point is, HH Play, there's always an excuse lined up with this guy. Okay. And you're right. He's going to use this to ask for more money, guaranteed. But he's already delayed the grand opening. What I can see him doing, because he's delayed it again until 2026, because it was supposed to open September of 2025, right? It was also supposed to open January of 2025. It was also supposed to open February of 2025. And it was also supposed to open his birthday, August 21st of 2025. But September, it's not going to happen. What he may be doing is just lining this up for next year, because he said it's going to open in 2026, to say, you know what? 2026, we're not going to be able to do it this year because of the vandalism that took place in 2025. And I don't know how extensive the vandalism is. We're gonna look at the video and see. But he's going to use it as an excuse. Okay? Thank you for the super chat. That's what he does. He's been doing this for decades now. Okay. Christy became a member. Thank you so much. How's it going, Parby? Parby says since he travels, he probably always planned to have FDMG as his home storage. Yeah, I agree. That's what I think. That's what I proposed many years ago. Stands to reason considering how he was living in that apartment. Yes, absolutely. Remember, he was living in that apartment in filth in 2019. He gets evicted in 2019. See, the video where he flips the phone, it's after February of 2019, after he acquires these abandoned buildings, because at that point, these abandoned buildings, they're in Wilmington, Delaware, right? He tells people in that video, he says, the reason why he's living in filth like that is because he's in the process of moving to Wilmington, Delaware. And then he goes on this whole thing on his Instagram page. He's posting, if you know of a black moving company, here we go. There's always something with this guy. And his mind starts, so I got to make an excuse. Okay, I told the people that I'm moving, so let me start asking for things dealing with me moving. Okay, if you have a black moving company to move me to, and he never moved. What he did was he started living in and out of hotels and motel rooms off the donor's money, and then he's staying in mama closet when he can. So yeah, you're absolutely right. See, the part B, when I realized this, what you're saying in the first sentence, since he travels, he probably always planned to have FDMG as his home/storage unit. Let me tell you when I realized this. Remember, Umar doesn't even own his own car. Why not? Why would he? Where was he going to put it? He don't got a house in front of his mama's Section 8. No, that's hood. And while he's traveling, that car sit there for a week. You know, people in the hood, oh, ain't nobody, that car been sitting there for a week. He come back, rims gone. Catalytic converter all stripped out and shit. Anyway, so let me tell you how I feel. Where he gonna put it in front of FDMG? Come on now. He shook up there just walking. Let alone leave a car up there. Cut it out. So let me tell you when I realized this. When Umar started focusing on the small gym, remember, initially it was going to be, real talk, initially it was going to be in 2014, it was going to be a 500-acre cult compound shaped like Mother Africa with an FDMG river around it. It's going to be, they're going to have dormitories. There's going to be a hospital, 2 schools. There's going to be a baseball field. There's going to be a NASA building. There's going to be an air traffic control tower. There's going to be a landing strip for the planes to land on. There's going to be a track and field facility. And the list goes, a zoo, all inside this 500 acres. He goes from that to 2014. He wants to purchase the St. Paul's College. So he wants a college campus, and it's going to have dormitories for the kids to stay and stay with him. That's in 2014. That doesn't work. He lies and tells people that he put in the bid, but he never put in the bid. And then for the next, I'm leading up to something, Part B, that for the next 5 years, from 2014 to 2019, Umar, he's trying to find a school. He's trying to find a school. Excuse out there, excuse narcissism. He's trying to find a school. Then he settles on these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. They're not boarding schools. They're boarded up, but they're not boarding schools. It's not 500 acres. It doesn't have a helicopter pad in a hospital. You see how this just downgrade. It's not, these are abandoned buildings. They were vacant for 4 years. They've been vacant for 6 years after that. So 10 years of vacant, abandoned trap bandos. See, everything's coming down. So then he gets all the way down to, I'm going to open up these 2 schools in Wilmington, Delaware. There's 3 buildings. Umar claims that there's 4. One time he said there's 5. No, there's 3 buildings. But what does he do? He says, we're going to open up and blah, 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 this and that. He starts saying all of the things he's going to do. But then he says, you know what? We're not even going to deal with the other side of the street. That's the big building. That's the big gym. They're connected. It's 1 building. He says it's 2. He says, what we're going to do, I'm coming here, Part B. What we're going to do is we're going to focus on the small school because it's not as much damage over there. It's not as much work that needs. Damn, if that's the case, 6 years later, you ain't even be able to get that done. How long is it going to take you to get this other trap band together? 10? So he focuses on the small school, right? Y'all remember this? So he goes from a 500-acre massive compound shaped like Africa. Some of y'all saying, Lenon, you lying. Yes, you Umar Johnson followers. Lenon, you making that shit up. You lying. I ain't never lied on this guy not one. He lied on me. Hold on, Part B. I'm gonna get to it. Let's go to 2014, shall we? Lenon, you making that up. He didn't say nothing about Africa and it's going to be 500 acres. And okay, hold on. Matter of fact, I'm gonna pull up 2 of them. I'm gonna pull up the close-up thing for you. Matter of fact, I'll pull up 3. I'll pull up the 2, all of Facebook. But there's 3 different ways you can look at it. And you guys go look this up yourself if you want to. I'll show the date. This is Umar's Facebook page right here. Okay, part B, I'm gonna come back to this. Hold on a second. This is from 2014, March 26th of 2014. This is before he started raising money for the St. Paul's College. He was raising money before this, but he lied to people. Anyway, aerial view of preliminary Heaven on Earth, Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey RBG Leadership Academy, 500-acre campus encircled by FDMG River. This is what Umar said. Go look this up yourself. 2014, March 26th. Shit. Lennon, you making it up. Sounds ridiculous. No, it does sound ridiculous, but I ain't making it up. Encircled by an FDMG River in the shape of Mother Africa, Ancestors Park. Remember, by this time, Umar didn't even have a job. Ancestors Park in the center of campus, dormitories, airfield, athletic facilities, farm, state-of-the-art music and theater production studio, greenhouse, a zoo, community center, separate building for all 33 trade areas, and much, much more. This is what Umar conceptualized. He goes from this to these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware, with three buildings, one building on one side of the street, two buildings on the other side of the street. And then he just keeps downgrading to where, and then he just focuses on half of these buildings, or one half of I guess you could say, one side of the street. And then after that, he focuses on just the gym, which gets me closer to what Par B is saying. But hold on one second. Look. Same thing. This is another view of it. Someone in his comment section, how can I help? Where is it going to be? Where and when? Look at this. Massive compound. In fact, if you guys look at, there's buildings here that has a square and 4 circles around them. Okay, just to see the scale of this shit. Y'all see that? There's a square with 4 circles. Those are buildings. Okay, well, let me give you a picture, because Umar actually had, matter of fact, here, let me pull up 3 of these. Here's 1, here's 2, and here's 3. So that the square with 4 circles surrounding them, that's this right here. Look how massive these are. And if you look here, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a multi-billion-dollar project. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7 of these. Umar don't have no money. He don't have a job, but this is what he conceptualized. There's 7 of these. Here's an area view. Massive. Okay, and then this is supposed to be what the lobby looks like. FDMG Future Redemption Campus dormitory photos, aerial, vertical, and lobby photos. This is a long-term facility transformation plan after we acquire St. Paul's College. Excuse me, I apologize. This is a long-term facility transformation plan after we acquire St. Paul's College, as we will eventually need more dorm space than currently available. Please make a donation today. So you see the scale of this, 500 acres. So Umar goes from that to St. Paul's down to, in 2019, to these trap bundles in Wilmington, Delaware, that he's still been sitting on to this day. And there's 3 buildings, a building on one side of the street, 2 on the other side of the street. And then he goes from that to half of one side of the street, just one side of the street, with the small school and what he calls a small school and a small gym. But remember, at a certain point, now I'm getting to part B, at a certain point, he says we're just going to focus on the small gym. And that's when it clicked in my mind. Okay, again, the small gym now, this is from, I think, last year. This is the small gym. Again, this is the hoarder aspect of this. Okay, it's all trashed up, stuff all over the place. But that's because Umar, he conceptualized living in here. In fact, what he did was he got carpet laid down inside of one of these, actually 2 of these, and he said that's going to be, one of the rooms going to be his office. And then the other one's going, it's like a kicking spot. And he had installed these small wall mounted air conditioning units. Okay, because and he still doesn't have air conditioning, but air conditioning unit make things cooler in the summer because there's no HVAC, and warm things up during the winter because there's no HVAC. And that's when it clicked in my mind. Why is he doing that right at that point? It makes no sense. And why would he be doing that anyway? Why don't you just repair the HVAC system and then you just run the HVAC? Why are you just doing that for these 2 small? I think he just did it for 1 room, but it could have been 2. But for that 1 room, I said, and it clicked in my mind. No, he's trying to live in there. Everything is about trying to find a place to stay, which is the case to this day. He's always trying to find a place to stay. So Real quick, part B. Since he travels, he probably always planned to have FDMG as his home storage unit. I agree. See, because he was evicted, remember, in 2019. What I can say is that at bare minimum, by the time Umar is evicted at the end of 2019, he had already had it in his mind that he was going to somehow live inside of FDMG. And you know what? It's also probable, me knowing how Umar is, that even prior to acquiring these abandoned buildings, that he told himself, if I get these abandoned buildings, I'm gonna convert at least a part of the space into my own little residence. And I was telling people that back in 2019. And so once he realizes, at least in his mind, that that's a possibility, okay, I ain't worried about paying rent on here because ultimately I'm going to be living in there anyway. I have a video where Umar, he's driving around in a rental car and there's a blanket in the back seat and a pillow. He's been homeless. He's been homeless since 2019. And the small gym, he's already done, he's maxed out storage capacity in there. Look at this. And now he's showing the larger gym. The point is, on that side of the street with the larger gym and the larger school, he's been using that as storage going all the way back to 2019 because he doesn't have a place to put all of his belongings because he's been homeless. Where's he gonna store that? And listen, Umar don't pay bills. If and why would he? So he'll say, well, maybe he's paying storage. No, somewhere. No, he's not. He doesn't pay bills. See. And why would he waste money for what, 6 years? Excuse me. Yeah, 6 years now. Why would he waste money in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, and half of 2025? Why would he waste money for 5.5 years on storage when, in Umar's mind, I can just leave this shit inside these abandoned buildings? He ain't doing shit with them. And he got all kind of shit. So, real quick, I apologize for getting blown off. He's probably already planned to have FDMG as a home storage unit. I totally agree with that. We talked about that. I was telling people that in 2019. Stands to reason considering how he was living in his apartment. Yeah, and that's why how this looks right here, this doesn't even faze Umar. I'm sure it looks a lot worse. And how this other larger gym looks as he's walking through the bando, I'm sure it doesn't faze him at all either because he's used to that. Thank you, Par B. Clarence says, I don't like the fact that when a person calls Umar out on the lies, he gets slick out of the mouth with him. Yeah, but Umar, he does not have a defense. See, if Umar came on this live stream right now, he would not have a defense for anything that I show, or he'll make up some lies, but I'm talking about a legitimate defense. See, what he'll get to do, he'll get very agitated, get very emotional. He'll start yelling, raising his voice and shit like a little boy throwing a tantrum. I done raised 3 boys, and they had better manners than this clown at the age of 50. See, he'll start calling names. He'll probably call me gay, you know. He'll probably say you're a YouTuber struggle streamer or a booty bandit, because he used to call me. I don't understand why any man would call another man a booty bandit. Listen, if that's coming out your mouth in the first place, you got a problem. Okay, but we're gonna leave that right here. Anyway, that's what he would do because he does not have a defense. I have all the receipts, I have the timeline. I can pull up things, I can show them over and over again. I can prove, I've already proved 7 different ways how Umar has raised $1 million. So what is he gonna do? See? So he'll run his mouth like that, and he'll say all kind of shit while he's online. He'll even try to get his followers to and go out and attack people. That's what he tried to do. But he ain't gonna say shit to nobody to their face. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. Everything I says about Umar, I would say it to his face. Because that's how I am. If right is right and wrong is wrong, I'll say it to his face. See, I really don't give a shit. See, and he's marshmallow. He's want to act like he a fake thug. I already told people he ain't got no street in him. See, I think Umar, he had it twisted too, because he assumed too much. See, because the way that I conduct myself and how, you know, even in the real world, I'm mild-mannered, I'm quiet, I don't really talk all that much. I'm very much subdued. But see, if someone try to fuck with me or fuck with my family, it's a whole different thing. I got to go back to the old school, okay? And not that I was like that even back then, but I done seen enough and been through enough in my life to where I already know what time it is. See, but he miscalculated. See, he assumed too much. And other people do that too. Even to this day, they assume too much. They really do. See, now, if people are doing right, we good. You're doing wrong, it's a whole nother thing. And you could run that mouth while you're online, but Umar would dare, he wouldn't do it to me in person. But I'll tell you, everything that I say about Umar, because it's true, I would say it to his face. See? And he's so marshmallow, what he would probably do is he'd probably start looking down like this and look, yeah, okay. He a mama boy. How are you 50 trying to act like a fake thug in your SETI rant, getting online, doing your hands all like this and all the sassafras and all this stuff? You need to cut it out. You ain't got no street in you, Umar. See, but you'll run your mouth. I'll leave it right there. All right. Yeah, he do. What he tends to say is that the people are haters or that they're trying to sabotage him. No. See, now remember, real quick, everything that I said earlier, and I've been saying for a long time in terms of Umar's eviction, I never pulled up the paperwork, but I have it. I have it on deck. Okay? It's not lying on Umar. Statement of fact. See? It's no need. And I have a lot more too. I have plenty of receipts on this guy. Child support. He don't claim that third baby mama because when he impregnated her, he was in his 40s. He was in his early 40s. She was in her early 20s. What kind of man? But I'm a hater? Nah. Anyway, thanks, Clarence. That's how Umar is. See, he'll run his mouth, but he ain't about that. He ain't about none of that. He's marshmallow. Real talk. Thanks, Clarence, for super chat. Derek says, chair looks like it drinks night. Yeah, night training cognac. Boy, that chair, but that goes to show you, Umar, he's a hoarder. See, he's used to holding on to shit for far too long. Now, I have clothes that I've held on to for far too long. And it's real. My wife, she tells me all the time, you need to get new clothes, but I got all these kids. My money go to these kids. See, and my wife, she got winter clothes, summer clothes, spring. She got bins down in the garage with all kinds. It's too much for me. I got to have just a couple things because it's just too much to choose from. It's like I got about this much of closet space that I have actual clothes in. Yeah, about that much. But it's easier for me to find what I need as opposed to having a big wardrobe. But that's just how I am. But it's more because I recognize that my children come first. They need stuff. So I'm not going to be spending money on clothes when I got clothes already. And I'm not going to be holding on to things unless they have a purpose and they have to have a reason to hold on to them. See, Umar doesn't have that. He has no reason to hold on to that chair other than he's a hoarder and he likes living in filth. It's just that's how he is. It's a mental health issue. Right? Real talk. Thanks, Derek. Hope you're doing all right. How's it going, Sun Kiss Mountain? Says Umar was so rude to the children outside the bandos. I would have cussed him out. I haven't watched that part. What I did was I put a screenshot in the thumbnail for this video, but I was skipping through to see what was going on. I didn't listen to anything, and then when I saw people had said they were little boys, that's what I want to see first before I actually played the actual video. And so what I did was, and I'll just issue this disclaimer now, I put it into Premiere Pro and I blurred the little boys out because I didn't feel comfortable. I just, the cybersecurity don't want to do that. We're going to get to that in just a moment. Thank you, Sunkiss Melanie, for being a member. SJ Talk says, why no alarm system? Something ain't right. Yeah. But see, Umar does have electricity and an alarm system. I don't know if it's really functional, but he does have an alarm system on the other side of the street. That's the small gym and the small school. No, for the small school. Okay. I've never seen anything for the small gym. He does have electricity in the small gym. He has electricity in the small school. He never got electricity put on the other side of the street, which is the large school and the large gym, and they're connected together. So with no electricity, he hasn't even shown that in 5 years. Okay. From what I've seen, there's no cameras over there. I could be wrong about that there's cameras on this with the small school and the small gym, small abandoned building, the small gym, abandoned gym. But if there's, I don't remember seeing, there may be actual cameras on the other side of the street. But the point is that electricity was never turned on that side of the street because Umar only focused on the other side of the street, which is a small gym and the small, what he calls a small school, the abandoned building. This is all history. And many of you guys, you've been here long. We covered all of this. We covered all this. And we have Umar on record saying that he's not dealing with the other side of the street. He didn't get any water turned on. He wasn't focused on trying to get any electricity turned on. Wasn't trying to get any HVAC work done over there. There's 3 large HVAC units up over there. If memory serves me correctly, there's 3 of them. And then there's 3 or 4 ancillary smaller HVAC units over there on top of the roof of the larger building. And that's where he's showing inside this video. We're going to get to the video in just a moment. He hasn't focused on any of that. All that has to be replaced. It's a multi-million-dollar renovation project. And Umar, he's not even up there. So it's a con. He's just getting money out of people. Anyway, The point is that there's never any electricity that was established inside of the larger building. No HVAC. He never did any type of renovation work over there. What he did was he turned it into his own personal storage. And it's been sitting now for 6 years. He hasn't shown it in over 5 years, which is a half a decade, until today, or until 2 days ago. Okay. And he doesn't show everything. He just shows the gym. Okay. Thank you, SJ Talks. What's up, Mr. Conspiracy? Says, hello, Lenon. I've been watching you. You've been a very naughty little man. Me and Black Jesus, Ned the Wino, are not happy. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. You know, I'm sure that Umar's upset right now. But whose fault is it? It's not my fault. Not my fault. Matter of fact, real quick, Mr. Conspiracy, let's look at this poll, and we're going to get going here. Let's look at this poll. The poll question is, who is to blame for the alleged FDMG vandalism? We have over 1,300 votes right now. Okay, we have over 1,000 people, almost 1,050 people. 67% says Umar Johnson is to blame. 4% said the FDMG donors. 6% said Seti, Tariq, Boyce, Zora, and Tasha K. And 22%, I'm surprised, 22% said LenonHonor in the Cookie Crunch chat. I don't see Mr. Conspiracy. I don't know what I did. I ain't got nothing to do with it. It's Umar. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Conspiracy. Hope you're doing all right. Thanks for super chat. Real quick, SH Play says Umar really did talk about the helicopter rides when he had no idea how to bus kids from Philadelphia to Wilmington. I was in the bushes when you roasted him on that issue. Yeah. Real quick, I don't have the video, and if anyone ever finds it, or if they have it, and if you could send it to me, my email is LenonHonor@yahoo.com. I'll cash up you $100. I'll cash up you $200. There's an old video of Umar where he's talking to an audience of people, and he's trying to sell to the people FDMG and all the things that they're going to do and the boys are going to do. Remember, initially it was going to be a boys and girls boarding school. Okay. It was the Anna Douglas something academy for girls. Okay, that's the other way he's downsized, because initially it was supposed to be girls and boys boarding school. Now he's down to just boys at these trap banners in Wilmington, Delaware. But there's a video where he's selling them, and he's selling to the people to try to get money out of them. This idea of FDMG and wanting to encourage people to donate. And it was the most ridiculous thing one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard, because I don't want to overstate that, because he done said a whole bunch of crazy things. But Umar, he tells the people that when the school opens and your child is enrolled, because they're going to teach the boys how to fly helicopters and girls to fly helicopters at that time, and fly ships and float boats and shit. That when you get to the airport, when you fly into the airport, your child will pick you up in a helicopter, and the child will be flying the helicopter, because they're going to be teaching the children how to fly airplanes and fly helicopters and shit. And so you get to the airport, your child picks you up at the airport, and then their child is going to fly you to FDMG. So this would have to mean that FDMG also has a helipad. Now, remember I know it sounds ridiculous, but remember I showed you guys that Umar's initial conceptualization of FDMG, in terms of structurally speaking, was a 500-acre campus with an FDMG river, man-made river, by the way, and all this other shit in there, including an air traffic control tower and a landing strip, and a helicopter, I guess, would just land there. What kind of man thinks like that? He's the Lulu. This guy is literally, he's mentally disturbed. But that's what con artists do. They oversell things and get people excited about something that it never comes into fruition. But that's what he said back in the day. And yeah, we went on him. And unfortunately, I don't have the video. Again, like I said before, if anyone has it, or if they've downloaded it and you send it to me, it has to be that particular video too, because he's said you're going to teach the children how to fly airplane. One time he said that he was in contact with the I forgot the name, the old black airplane pilots from way back in the day, and they're going to be teaching the boys how to. He said this more recently too. This guy, he's nuts. He oversells stuff, but that's what con men do, is to get your confidence, to get you excited, never come and get money, but nothing ever comes into fruition. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, he really is, Derek. Derek said he's a loon. He is. He crazy. He's cray. Yeah, that's what it is, Andre. Shout out to X Freeman. Umar said that he was in contact with the Tuskegee Airmen. Recently, he said that. Anyway, thanks, SH Play. He out there. He really is. Derek says he said he'd have buses going to surrounding states. Yeah, that's another thing he said, that there was going to be buses going to surrounding states and pick your children up to bring you to FDMG. See, and you know, when the weather gets bad, these children, they're going to be on that bus. It don't even make no sense. 12 hours, whatever. This guy, he's nuts. He's nuts. Thanks, Derek, for a super chat. What's up, Death Seven Karma? Karma, this is OG too right here. Real talk, love all y'all. Birthday Thursday, first book I wrote dropping this week on Barnes and Noble. Salute to the chat. All right, congratulations. Let's congratulate Death Seven Karma. First book he wrote dropping this week on Barnes and Noble. Okay, salute. Okay, that's an accomplishment, definitely. And happy birthday on this Thursday. In fact, if we live stream on Thursday and you come back in here, we'll sing you happy birthday. Okay. All right. Shout out to Death Seven Karma. He's been around for a long time. Thank you for being a member too as well. Appreciate that. Nothing but the truth tonight. Yeah, that's real talk. Tell the truth. I might have to borrow that from you, my brother. Now, I ain't lying on Umar. I don't do that. You know, again, people said, you know, you making it up that he's homeless. No, I just show you making up that he living in his mama's closet. No. It's not necessary. Tell the truth. Shout out to information, man. Thank you for the super chat, sir. Salute. Okay, that's my brother right there. He's inspired. You know, there's quite a few people that inspire me to do better, and I have been doing better. I'm gonna keep doing better. Okay. All right. Shout out to my brother right there. Okay, so let's get back to the video. All right. Here's the video right here. And remember, this is the large gym. He hasn't shown this in over a half of a decade, 5 years. And what I'm seeing is that there's a lot of paint on the floor and desk all thrown all over the place. What I'll do, let me let it play, and then I'll go through step by step. Excuse me. Yeah, listen, I want to apologize. I meant to mute my microphone. I was trying to clear my throat and my sinuses, so I apologize. I've actually been muting myself during these last couple of the last live stream for the last couple of weeks. So I just want to apologize for that. It goes with what we're seeing in the video though. Anyway, here we go. Yeah, I'm gonna let it play straight through, and then I'll give you guys my my analysis. Damn, this looked like, I don't know. What in the world? It's like he's walking fast too, like he's trying to get up out of there. See how fast he's walking? He's shook up in there. I mean, this guy, he's like a mini sprint. All right, no electricity on. Okay, let me give you guys my analysis, and again, let me apologize. Okay, I thought I had muted my mic. I didn't mute my mic, and I had to clear my nasal, and because I haven't been feeling good. It's been a while, so I want to apologize to people. No disrespect to anybody. Okay. All right, let's go step by step here. So this is the large gym. It looks like there's been paint that's been sprayed over things. There's trash and stuff all over the place. We'll go step by step. Here we go. Yeah, so there's chairs in the back. It looks like books on the ground. I don't know what that is right there. But it looks like it may be I don't know. I have no idea. Umar, he's claiming that he had a book collection of 5,000 titles. Now, is it really 5,000? That's a very that's the thing with Umar. He always just comes up with figures, you know, and he rounds stuff up. Is it 5,000? It doesn't look like 5,000 titles up in here, Umar. If in fact these are your books anyway. But the real question is, why would you store 5,000 titles inside of an abandoned gym? Okay, critical thinking here. Why would he store it inside? Well, like I said, Umar doesn't have his own place. He's been homeless since 2019. You're going to store all of these 5,000 books. Okay, I highly doubt it's 5,000, but let's just say that it is. You're going to store it inside your mama closet? No. Why don't you store it? How about storing it inside of your own home, Umar? He's been homeless. See, Umar, that's the thing. You be self snitching. See, that's the thing. You're not as bright as you think you are, and you're not as intelligent as you think you are. That's why I can do this. I can do this all day. If in fact you had 5,000 books inside of this raggedy ass gym that you haven't even shown in 5 years, why is it that you didn't have these 5,000 books stored inside of your own residence in the first place? Or what about inside of your office, since you're a school psychologist? See, you're not a school psychologist. You're a homeless bum who doesn't have a place to store shit. So you, like I said before, you use these buildings as your own personal storage. See, you be self-snitching over and over again. I can do this all day. Ain't nothing. So there's some books down here. It looks like there's a CD. Yeah, that's not about Umar. It looks like there's a Connect 4 down here as well. Excuse me, I apologize. Connect 4 down here, you know. Not one black child's been educated. Okay, it doesn't look like 5,000 books. It looks like there's folders and little notepads too, paper notepads down here. Boy, this is crazy. That looks like a suitcase to me. Good fresh chat. Doesn't it look like a suitcase? Umar, why do you have suitcases inside of a school that's supposed to be for the kids? You don't have your own residence. That's why. Y'all see this? Hit the one. Why is there a suitcase up in here like this, Umar? Y'all need to stop. Y'all, come on. Y'all be kind to me. I'm trying to get better. Don't do that. So, Keylocker said he shoots and ladders in there. Connect 4, Hungry Hippo, the Sega Genesis. Shit. There's a phonograph in the corner. Yeah, stuff left over from the block party. He a hoarder. He don't clean up nothing. How's it going, El Diva? Yeah, he got 5,000 child support court times. I don't see no Sega Genesis. You got to be kidding me. Don't do that. That was my. I remember I got a Sega Genesis, boy. I was so happy. It was my home. It was my cousin's homeboy that got it for it because he had come up on some old baseball cards. I'm talking about them old ones, Babe Ruth and shit. In today's dollars, millions of dollars. Okay, I ain't gonna tell you all how he got them. And he didn't know how much they were valued at. And my brother and I, we were into baseball cards back in the day. We had those books that would tell you the price, how much they cost, and all that stuff, how much the value. So he brought them over to my uncle's and had to sit down and we were looking at it and checking them inside. I mean, some of them shits were like, this is back in the this was in the 80s. Some of them shits were like $14,000, $20,000, you know, Mickey Mantle rookie cards and shit. Oh man, I'll think about it now. Reggie Jackson, Don Mattingly. I mean, rookie cards, old stuff, old stuff. And some of them cards were those little small cards like this, and it's not pictures. It's more like a little painting kind of thing. But then they print it on. I mean, crazy. He was sitting on millions upon millions of baseball cards. So we ended up giving him an idea. He just gave us not a couple, but he gave us a little box. But he had a whole whole big old thing of them. But he gave us a small box of some to take a look at. And we told him how much some of them were valued at. And his eyes got real big. He says, okay. He says, now he was out in them streets too, but he was like, okay, well, what y'all want since y'all did this for me? And what we came up with was a Sega Genesis, and he bought us one. Yeah, way back in the day. Yeah, those cards these days, we're talking tens of millions of dollars worth of baseball cards. Okay, crazy, just crazy. And he ended up getting hemmed up with the police, and he had the cards with him in the trunk, and they ended up confiscating all that shit. Anyway, what's up, Edward? Yeah, that's a suitcase that the cops searched, and Umar was all sassy and shit. What's up, kid? What's up, kid? Hey, good to see you too. Thanks for being here, Captain Edward. Appreciate you. Kevin, thanks for being here as well. Vix is in the building. Give us some shout outs in here. So some High Wheels racetrack. I remember that too. What's up, East V and Vixa and Matt J 995. Just K and Rochelle. Like I said, what's up, D? Like I said, I didn't see no Sega Genesis now, because I would have noticed that. But like I said, this is his Candyland. No, you didn't see no Nintendo 64. Cut it out. Quick question, y'all cutting up. Cut it out. You saw coughing over there. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. It's like a haunted house. Dracula sitting in the corner, Sasquatch over there drinking a beer, you know. Yeah. Real talk. Yeah, thank y'all again. Candyland. I used to love that game of life. I wish I would have paid attention, because I didn't get my shit together too much later, but I should have paid attention. Anyway, look at these young people like, what are you talking about? ColecoVision, socks and drawers. I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, let's get going, because y'all got caught up inside of the Cookie Crush chat whirlwind. Is that what they call? Not a whirlwind, but the little things in the water that suck you down. That's a Cookie Crush chat. What's up, Mr. Controversy says, now, Leonard, you know we've been rocking for a long time now. Of course, I know it's your and Cookie Crush chat. It's yours and Cookie Crush chat fault. No, it's not our fault that FDMG. Listen, the only person that can be blamed for this foolishness is Umar. Like I said, today I proved 1 million, bare minimum, $1,618,354. Mr. Controversy, real quick, bro. Let's say that you were given by the FDMG donors over the course of 11, we're not even counting 11 years, shit, but we're going to be kind. Over the course of 11 years, you're given $1,618,354. You tell me, would you be able to open up some sort of a school for Black boys? I'm asking you. You tell me. As a matter of fact, let me extend it to everybody here in the chat room. Okay. Now, it doesn't have to be a 500-acre campus in the shape of Africa. Okay, with an air traffic control and a hospital, a landing strip for the airplanes and helicopters. They don't have to have a zoo, and they don't have to have a baseball stadium and a track and field facility. It doesn't have to have. You don't even have to have 2 schools. Okay, it could just be a storefront where you're educating children. With one bare minimum over the course of 11 years, $1,618,354. Would any of y'all be able to put something together over the course of 11 years wherein you're educating Black boys? Or Black girls, for that matter. Shit, could you do it to train some dogs? I don't know. And the answer would be, for me, yes. Easy. Let me tell you what I would have done, Mr. Controversy. Let's say that I'm sitting on $1,618,354, and all this money has to be directed towards educating children. You know what I'm going to do? The first thing that I do is I set up a website. Umar hasn't done that. And the website is specifically to give information about this school that I'm going to be using this $1,618,354 to open. But before I even start with the school, I'm going to set up another separate website. Okay, so there'll be FDMG.com, and then there will be FDMGOnlineAcademy.com. Okay, I have a degree in cybersecurity and computer technology. So we have to study this stuff. We have to study how the internet can be used to scale shit. And it's true, you can scale shit. I would have set up www.FDMG Academy, online academy .com/Mr. Controversy. Okay. I would set it up. And what I would have done is I would have had a main page to start where I give updates about the physical building. I give updates on how much money has been raised. I give updates on how much money is needed. I give updates on the progress day by day. I'll have videos on there where I'm looking for a building, or I've found a building and now I'm renovating the building day by day. And I'm showing improving every single day, literally, because that's what a man would do who's serious every day. Okay. Monday through Sunday, every single day, to show people that I'm making progress. And that is what my commitment is. Because remember, Ms. Controversy, we're talking $1,618,354 bare minimum. And then what I do on the FDMG online academy is I start to upload content that is educational in different areas of life. And what I do is I call upon the people who are experts in any given field. So let's say you want to have like a Khan Academy where you have, they have math shit, a gang of math shit. So there'll be on the main website, there'll be a link, and it'll all be organized properly. A tab, really, it should be a tab, and it'll say courses, and then you click on that tab, and then it takes you to another page, and then it lists in alphabetical order all the different types of things. So there'll be math. There'll be Black history. There'll be general American history. There'll be psychology. There'll be chemistry. There'll be electronics. These types of things. And then what I would do is I would ask the community to send videos, and I'll probably have someone else manage that because again, I'm sitting on $1,618,354. So it won't just be me. I'll have someone, a web designer, and they handle all the uploading and all that shit. But then I'll have someone who organizes everything, and they're managing, and they're the one who's talking to the people who's sending in videos. And then you vet these videos, you make sure that they're professionally done, the audio quality is good, video quality is done, and that they know what they're talking about. Hell, maybe get Boyce Watkins to talk about, I don't know. See what I'm saying? But the point is that you start to build an archive of information tailored to the Black community, and then you start charging a monthly fee, $5 a month to get access to certain things, $10 a month to get access to more, and then $20 a month to get access to everything. And Umar could have done that. Do y'all think he would have been able to get 1,000 people to sign up? Okay, and then you're building content over time, video editing, music classes. Someone who's a lawyer to talk about law, someone who's a dental hygienist to talk about, give information to Black people about dental hygiene. See, $20 a month. If Umar was able to get 1,000 people, again, this is what I mean by scaling, and we're going to get back to it, $20,000 a month. I'm still talking about, the physical building, but what I'm doing is I'm raising money in the process by actually providing something to Umar, providing something to people. And that's what Umar hasn't done after all this time. 11 years and counting. Could he get 1,000 people to go with $20 a month? Yeah, absolutely. That's easy. Okay? That's $20,000 a month. Over the course of a year, that's $240,000. Again, let me do the math. Maybe I did that wrong. $20 a month. You get 1,000 people to sign up per month. That's $20,000. 1,000 per month. $20,000 a month. Multiply that by 12 months, and that's $240,000 right there. Now, could Umar have gotten 2,000 people to go in at $20 a month? Yeah, absolutely. Especially in his heyday, that's easy. He has over 1 million people on his Instagram page alone. That would be $40,000 a month. $40,000 a month. You multiply that by 12. That's $480,000 a year. That's what I would have done. Now, could Umar have gotten 3,000 people to sign up per month? Yeah, absolutely. And especially in this heyday, we're going to take $300,000 at $20 a month. That's $60,000 a month. And then we're going to multiply that by 12. This is what I mean by scaling, $720,000 a year. And let's say just there, we're going to stop right there because conceivably he could have gotten 5,000 people. You see, but let's just stop right there. 3,000 people per month, $720,000 a year. and then we're going to multiply that by 11 years, because that's how long he's been running this school scam, raising money since the St. Paul school scam. Over the course of 11 years, we're talking about $7,920,000. That's what I would have done. And now you have plenty of money to expand your physical operation, because over those 11 years, not only do you have the online academy, but then as this money is built up, you start investing the money in not of trap banners in Wilmington, Delaware, and sit on them for 6 years and 4 months that need millions of dollars of renovations. You ain't got to do all that shit. See, once you get, because again, you have seed money of $1,618,354. Well, how much money would it cost to get a FDMG website set up, FDMG online academy set up? He could have bought his own servers. Okay, you have someone who's working on this. They would have probably done it for free. I would think you would probably need to at least have 2 people, maybe 3 people. They have to be tech savvy. A web designer, someone to manage the server and all that stuff, and make sure. So I would think 2, maybe 3 people, and that's just to build the infrastructure for the online academy. I don't know. Maybe the seed money is $1,618,354. Maybe you take, I don't know, maybe $120,000, because that's on the higher end. But let's say $100,000. You take $100,000 just to get the infrastructure get in place. That's way more than what he would need. And you build up the content over time. But the point is that as you're doing that, you're stacking chips, you're stacking the money that you're getting from all these subscriptions. And then over the course of 11 years, you're close to $8 million. At a certain point in those 11 years, you take the money that you've earned plus the seed money that was given to you, Mr. Controversy, and then you actually start with the actual physical building. And it doesn't have to be a 500-acre campus like Umar conceptualized. It doesn't have to be a college campus like St. Paul's. Shit, it doesn't even have to be these abandoned buildings up there in Wilmington, Delaware. He could have just got a storefront. And then on the second floor, there's 2 stories. On the second floor, that's his residence. Instead of living in the mama closet. The first floor, that's the actual physical academy. And he starts there. He has about 5 students, 10 students, and he starts there. Proof of concept over time, you build it up. People see that you're doing things. The online academy is bringing in, over the course of 11 years, $7.9 million. And then you just, over time, you expand. You get bigger and bigger and bigger. The money's coming in. The support is there. People get you proof of concept over time. People trust you because they see you actually doing. Is that what we've seen? That's what I would have done. Okay, would it have taken a lot of work? Yeah. But if people give you, Mr. Controversy, $1,618,354, any of y'all in the Cookie Crush chat, including Umar Johnson followers, if the community gives you $1,618,354, would you have at least been able to get some shit started? And the answer is yes. There's no excuse. He can blame me. He can blame the Cookie Crush chat. He can blame Mr. Controversy. He can blame you donors. But whose fault is it? It's Umar's fault. He's been living off of this money. He never had a plan to start. He don't have a plan today, and he's still scamming people. There's no excuse for that. There's no excuse at all. Real talk. Thank you, Mr. Controversy. Parby says he stated rare and out-of-print books a few times. These are insurable items. I wonder if he was smart enough to insure them. Pookie scammer. These are abandoned buildings. So what reputable insurance company? What reputable insurance company is going to insure these buildings? It's in the middle of the hood. There's black mold on the wall because they got to come out and look at this shit. Windows are boarded up. Crime infested, drug infested. No electricity on one side of the street. Homeless people sleeping on the steps. A bucket where people were urinating in and defecating in. The list goes on and on and on. What reputable insurance company is going to be willing to insure these shits? And where's Umar going to come up with the money? Because how much would it cost? I mean, if in 2019 Umar's getting evicted because he can't even afford rent, you think he's thinking about getting insurance on these trap bandos? No, there is no insurance. Furthermore, again, why? Yeah, he's a scammer. Why would he even have these out-of-print books, these rare and out-of-print books inside of a dingy, dark and dingy, no electricity, no HVAC, trap bando shit? Why would he have it inside of a large gym? It makes no sense. unless he was homeless. See, Umar ain't worried about insurance. These are some abandoned buildings, no electricity on that side of the street. I haven't seen any cameras, and even if there were cameras, how are they going to be powered? Is he doing solar power on that? Because there's no electricity over there. See, it don't make no sense. Umar, he's a pookie scammer. And if people do the critical analysis, and you can just go just on the insurance aspect of this, you realize very quickly, now this guy, matter of fact, I've never heard Umar say that he had these buildings, contractually speaking, as part of the business insured. Has anyone ever heard that? If you've heard it, say yes or hit the one. If you've heard that, hit the one. I've heard him say in 2019, February of 2019, he said that they did have an alarm system, but that's separate from insurance. They had an alarm system, but there was no electricity over there. So how does an alarm system work? And he said that the previous owner allowed it to still be in his name. What kind of, or allowed it to still be in their name, but he has to transfer it over? What does that mean? The previous owner hadn't even been in there for over 4 years. You mean it? Well, that don't even make sense, Umar. But again, he's a liar. He's a pathological liar. He's a pookie scammer. Real talk. Real talk. He just lie. That's what he do. He lie. Thank you, Par B. He ain't worried about no insurance. What reputable company gonna insure this guy with these bandos? Thank you for the super chat. SH Play also says, thanks for the videos in the members only area. There's more there than I could ever watch. Guys, reward all this hard work and become. Oh, thank you so much, SH Play. Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, hundreds of videos. Yeah, again, if you guys would like to become a member, there's a join button. Member, and I've gotten so many members. I never thought I would be able to get that many. So I want to thank all of our members. What it does is it just alleviates pressure for me, because I don't have to live stream as much. I know I've been going hard more recently, but that's because Umar been acting up. But I don't have to go as hard as I used to, relatively speaking. And then it gives me more time to work on the documentary. Okay, and again, that's why I've been sharing segments of the documentary, rough drafts with the members. But there's literally hundreds of videos, old Umar Johnson stuff. The history is really compelling. I think that's one of the things that a lot of people are missing out on, especially when people may think that this quote unquote vandalism is a new thing. No, it's just a new iteration. Umar, he's come up with different aspects or different types of vandalism stories over these many years. A lot of it we covered inside of the older videos, like we were talking about at the beginning of this live stream. So thank you so much for being a member. There's hundreds of videos that are archived there that are not accessible to anyone else dealing with Umar. So thank you. I appreciate that. And thanks to all. Shout out to all of our members here on my YouTube page. I appreciate y'all. All right. Thanks for the super chat. SH Play, Par B, Miss Controversy. I kind of got blowed off, but I'm gonna get refocused now. Let's get going here. Back to the video. Here we go. Okay, and I already showed it, but I just want to see what else I see here. This looks like more trash. There's broken glass in here too. I don't know what that would be coming from exactly. Looks like pictures too. You know, like a framed picture right there. That's what it looks like. It's kind of grainy. More books, shelves and stuff. There's some pictures there too. See, I think these are pictures from his old residence. That's what I think. Okay, there are books here, but 5,000, I think that's an exaggeration. But again, he's been homeless since 2019, so he's been storing his own personal belongings, including these old pictures. They're framed pictures. Okay, I see some more books there, more shelves. I think that yellow it looks like maybe it's a chair, or I don't know what that is. Anybody got an idea? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I don't have an idea what that is. It almost looks like a yellow flag. I don't know. Maybe it's just like a chair with some clothes hanging on it. I don't know. This is a mess. There's that right there is a book. But then there's also a picture frame thing down there though too. This is he was storing his own personal belongings in here. More desk. Looks like some notebooks, like paper notebooks that you write in. More books. It's definitely not 5,000. Overturned chairs. Just seeing what else I see here. More chairs all over the place. Desk. A lot of paint that has been sprayed down on the ground. or dumped down. I would think it's probably sprayed. It looks like it. More books. Okay, it's not 5,000 though. That's for sure. Because he's coming back around. There's that suitcase again. There's a DVD down there on the ground. I don't know what this is. This is just a bunch of shit. Look at this. He got old wall adapters and more pictures and frames. This is a mess. Those almost look like VHS tapes. Maybe they're books. Those are books. I'll say books. It looked like another suitcase right there. Yeah, that's another suitcase. See this one right here? It's just sitting up. That right there, that's a suitcase. Yeah, he stores his own stuff in there. Probably got his clothes in there too. What is this? Yeah, I don't know what's in there. This is 6 years later. Six years. That's crazy. 6 years and 4 months later, and this is what stuff looked like. See, here's his clothes. This is his clothes right here. See that? See these bags? This is Umar's clothes. Look at this. Told y'all he homeless. He's been homeless since 2019. He turned this into his own. This is a damn shame. Again, $1,618,354. This is what it's come down to. He's been homeless since 2019. He stores his clothes in here. See these bags? This is his shit. See, again, if he has picture frames, it's probably from his old residence that he got evicted from. I already showed the paperwork on that. If he has books, again, it's not 5,000, but the point is that's his own personal books. It makes sense. He also has his clothes in here too. But I was telling people this a long time ago anyway. He got a gang of bags too. He doesn't even show all of them, but you can tell that this is storage. This is where he stores his shit. Again, suitcases. What do you guys? I mean, people. What? Oh, it's not. No. This is. He stores his stuff. That's a gang of bags. Look at this. Oh boy, this is wild. This is so wild. Let me just check one other thing real quick. I don't mean to. Still got to get to the video. Besides, I guess explain all this. Man, this is crazy. I remember he said he had security up there. Evidently, he don't. No electricity. Never got electricity turned on over here. All right. Remember, everyone, he hasn't shown, because this is the larger building. He hasn't shown the interior of this larger building over 5 years, half a decade, but he shows it now. But the idea for Umar is if I show this makes it seem as if I have all this opposition and then he's going to beg for money. I guarantee you. He's going to use it to beg for money. He's a con man. He's a con man. James said, remember the strong alpha male video? The top of the wall had all those picture frames. Yeah. Matter of fact, here, I'll pull it up. Let me pull that up real quick. That's where he flipped his phone. Let's see. And he had African artifacts. I'm sure a lot of that stuff is in these abandoned buildings too. Okay, maybe not all inside of the big gym, but I'm sure it's scattered throughout these buildings. He got shit all over the place. He's a hoarder. I mean, it's not like he's going to organize stuff, so it's probably all over the place. That's what I would think. And all everywhere, all three buildings. So let me go ahead and pull this up again. And here it is right here.
Alpha those resumes in.
Yeah, so see all these pictures in the picture frame? See, this is 2019. He gets evicted from this residence at the end of 2019, and he just simply migrates all of his belongings, including his books. In fact, in this video, he has a bookshelf back there. So he migrates all this stuff over to these abandoned buildings, which ties to what Par B was saying, though, too. Because even though in his mind, it's like, okay, this is a place I can store stuff, and ultimately I can be living over here, too. Got his suitcases, bags of clothes and shit, and all this stuff. It's all stuff that Umar had when at this particular residence, plus more that he's accumulated over the years.
For male, send those resumes in. FDMG resumes. at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com.
More pictures and picture frames.
FDMG resumes
On the wall, too, up there in the left corner.
at
Like, this is all par for the course. This is how he lives.
.com is what we're looking for. My thing is y'all need to. What happened? I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware, so the apartment is a mess right now. Y'all don't need to see all that.
Right now. Okay, again, it was filthy then. Umar, he's used to living in filth, and he never moved to Wilmington, Delaware.
I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware. I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware. I'm in the process of relocating.
Yeah, he got caught. He trying to repeat it just to try to make it. Yeah, it don't work.
To Wilmington, Delaware.
By the way, whose fault is this? Is this my fault? Cook Crush Chat fault? No, it's Umar. All right, good point, James. Very good point. Thank you for super chat as well. Mr. Thundercloud says he might also owe money from turning down the heat too much, and there is their warning for him to. There's a warning. No, I would think so. I would think so, because what tends to happen is that people who have these substance abuse, because there's millions of dollars that's missing. Okay, millions. And really, to be fair, because I put the $2.7 million. I could see Umar, he spent $425,000 to acquire these abandoned buildings, allegedly. I'll just give him credit for that. Could be a lot less than that. I would throw another $200,000 because he did pay taxes. He had taxes associated with these properties because he didn't have tax exempt status, and that's wasted money. It was about $120,000, let's say $110,000 right there. So that gets us to he would have to at least spent $500 and let's say $30,000 right there between acquiring these abandoned buildings and paying off taxes. He said $25,000 for an HVAC. So we can add all this stuff up. You know, I can see Umar at this point, out of all the money that he's collected, that he spent around maybe $700,000. Okay, let's just say $800,000. This is being really, really kind. There's still $1.8 million missing, somewhere around there. Okay, even if we take the 1,618,354 that I've actually proven today, and let's say we subtract. Let's say that he spent $1 million. That he spent $1 million on stuff. Well, there's still about $618,354 missing. Okay, he's a con man, and that's being very nice, because in my opinion, $2.7 million. I don't think he spent $1 million altogether. I think it's probably closer to $600,000. Okay, if we take $600,000 and we subtract it from the $1,618,354, he's already still over $1 million. It's $1 million that's missing. And it seems like it's a lot of money, but if you take that $1 million and then you divide it by 11 years, you take $1 million and divide it by, because he's been raising money for 11 years, you divide it by 11 years, we're talking $90,000 a year, but Umar can't run through that? Come on now. In a year with the substance abuse issue? What I was going to say is that what tends to happen is that with people who have substance abuse issues, all these other things that should matter in life, they don't matter anymore. You know, having your own place, having your own residence, having your own vehicle, taking care of your kids, keeping yourself, manicured, making sure that you're not looking like a pookie. You notice Umar looks more and more like a pookie. He'll get dressed up and get himself fixed up when he has a speaking engagement, and sometimes nowadays, but in particular when he does podcasts, he'll dress nice, he'll get a haircut, that kind of thing. He'll take a shower. But normally he doesn't do that, but that's because of the substance abuse. Now, what tends to happen too with people who have these types of issues is that they will keep, they have to get the substance no matter what. And even when they don't have the money, they'll find a way to get the money. Okay, it's donor money, of course, but at a certain point, they don't have money at that moment when they need to get their fix. And so they'll say, hey, listen, I'll get this money to you next week. I'll get it to you in 2 weeks. I get it to you in a month. Okay, I thought a month, but a week or two. And I'm sure that there's been times, but Umar didn't get the money to the plug, and then he just starts coming up with excuses. Hey, I'm gonna do it next week. I just had this come up, and it's been running this cycle for years now. So I know, I'm sure he's owed money to people for different reasons, including the substance abuse. But understand, people, that you donors, that's what you're paying for. The vast majority of the money that you sent, that's what it's going towards. Okay? Real talk. Thanks, Mr. Thundercloud, for the super chat. I appreciate it. And Part B says specialized insurance is available for vacant buildings, okay, to cover vandalism, theft, fire, etc. A security system is not always required for coverage. Dr. Pookie may have another scam on the brain. Yeah, but I would think, Part B, that the premiums would be so high because he doesn't even have electricity. Would Umar be willing to pay that? I don't see it. Again, if he can't even afford to, it's not even that he couldn't afford it. If he just didn't have the money. If he can't pay his rent back in 2019, which wasn't a lot of money based upon how much money he had raised, why would he pay for the last? I just can't see him paying insurance for 6 years and 4 months, where the premium would have to be really, really high. Again, we're talking about 3 buildings. What are classified as school, what he classifies as school buildings. You know, in actuality, they're not zoned for school. They're zoned for light industrial. Did you guys know that? So the insurance would have to be for light industrial, but there's no lights on one side of the street. They're in a dilapidated state. There's mold on the outside. There's mold on the inside. I couldn't see him actually taking out specialized insurance for vacant buildings to cover vandalism, theft, fire, etc. In fact, I would also say this, that if he did do that, then this wouldn't be a big deal, right? Because he would just put in an insurance claim and there you go. Yeah, I just can't see Umar doing that. In my opinion, it's highly unlikely, and I could be wrong, but it's highly unlikely that Umar has gotten specialized insurance over these years. Is it possible? Yes, but I think it's highly unlikely. Let me read this again. Specialized insurance is available for vacant buildings to cover vandalism, theft, fire, etc. A security system is not always required for coverage. Dr. Pookie may have another scam on the brain. Yeah, you're right about that. Don't be giving him no ideas. Okay. Thank you for the information. Yeah, I appreciate it. Okay. All right. And thank you for the super chat as well. Yeah, I appreciate it. And thanks everyone too for the support. Okay, let's get going here. We're at 3 hours. We'll go for another what is this, 45 minutes. Okay, and then we'll come back tomorrow with part 2. I'll even change the title for this to part 1, and then tomorrow we'll come in with part 2, and we'll wrap everything up tomorrow. Okay, let's get back to this video. I think we got through the whole thing, didn't we? Yeah, I'll let it play straight through, and I'll queue up the next video. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. Thank y'all so much for being here. I appreciate y'all. Hope y'all enjoying the show. If you're enjoying the show, go and hit that like button. Our goal is 500. Let me see what we have here. Oh, we already have 500. Okay, cool. Okay, 547 likes. Thank you guys so much. See if we can get to 600 before we close out this live stream. And whenever we get to 500, I pull up California Love. I'm gonna pull that up right now. We'll do a quick break, and then we'll have a reset, and we'll get to the next video. That's the plan. Boy, he was stepping, wasn't he? Umar was stepping. Okay. All right, so let's take a I'm gonna go ahead and pull up California Love, because whenever we get to 500, I pull it up. Tupac. And we'll play this real quick, and then we'll get reset for the next video where Umar, I guess he's explaining what happened. What had happened was, all right, here we go.
Bells about a bell, California dreaming. And I step in his bed, that nigga who's screaming. Get it from money and alcohol, the feed of the best five ball and jump stuff and superstar. I took the body, and really died. College on the champion. That's right. What we do? He's a low man. Like a slow jam. It's West Side, so you know that I'm bad down to no man. To the man, put it up on beat from Dre. To the foot of the leg. From Oakland to West Side. To back down. Show me love. Inside about it.
West Side.
Wow. Well, West Side, nothing. Yeah, he was like, zippy, tippy, tippy, bold, no boulder. Tippy, tippy. What's up, Chris? Chris in the building. Safe brothers in the building. Marcus, thank you so much. Kyle Stripe. Sonic 12040. Show me love. That's y'all's principle. By the way, real quick point, there's no electricity on that side of the street. So Umar talked about, security or whatever. No, there's no security cameras. They wouldn't be powered. Anyway, okay, let's get going here. So I'm going to pull up the next video in the sequence. We'll try to get through as much of this as possible. If we can get to the whole thing, that'd be great. It's about 20 minutes. And then there's a follow-up video that Umar does, I think. It's about 18 minutes. We'll probably get to that one tomorrow. And then you get us caught up on that. And then we'll get going back again on the other videos that we're behind on. Okay, but we'll get there. Okay, shout out to the Cool Crush chat. Okay, so let's pull this up. This is the first video where Umar explains what happened. Here we go. Again, he was gone for over a month. Then he comes back. Yeah. Okay, while he's just looking at the camera, 1,500 votes. Who is to blame?
Peace
for
and
the
Pan Africanism, brothers and sisters. I'm back.
Who's to blame for the alleged vandalism? 67% said Umar Johnson, 5% said the FDMG donors, 6% said Seti, Tariq, Boyce, Zora, and Tasha K, and 22% said LenonHonor in the Cookie Crush chat. Okay, make sure you get your vote in. Here
Back again. While I was on the live, the children had snuck into the school, which means they knew the door was unlocked. Listen to me, brothers and sisters.
What in the world? The children?
For children to know that a door is opened, and I was only away from the school for 30 days.
Yeah, but why are you away from school for 30 days, Umar? Anyway.
For children to know that the door was open, and I was only away from the school for 30 days. For children to know the door was open,
what in the world?
And I was only away from the school.
Why would the door be open for 30 days, Umar? What's going on here? Am I understanding this right? That's what it sounds like. It sounds like he's trying to blame the black kids. Shout out to James, too, because I'm going to play y'all something and just, matter of fact, I'm going to play it right. No, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait because maybe he's going to try to explain. I don't understand this. Hold on.
For 30 days, I wonder when they broke in.
So he's assuming that it's some black boys? And if the school is, if the door is open, they wouldn't need to break in, right? What in the world?
I wonder when they broke in because
this don't make no sense. What is going on here? I don't know. I don't listen. I'm trying to understand. Let me replay this shit. Here we go. I'll skip through from him looking at the thing.
Mechanism, brothers and sisters. I'm back again. While I was on the live, the children had snuck into the school.
Okay, no, he's not saying that it was open for 30 days. What he's saying is that he was on the live. Where's that live at? Did I do these backwards? He's saying that he opened up the door, and where were you at on the live so that they sneak into the school, Umar? And what does it have to do with the 30 days though? They don't make no sense.
Which means they knew the door was unlocked. Listen to me, brothers and sisters. For children to know that a door is opened, and I was only away from the school for 30 days.
What? Now it seems like he's saying that it was what? What are you saying? Has anyone seen these videos in the chat room? Please explain. Yeah, maybe I'll skip the video. Let me go to this other one. I thought that this was the first one. I must have messed this up. Lenon, this is the okay. All right. Thank you. You see how I'm trying to make this Are you getting my blood pressure up? Stop! Don't do that to me no more. Let me go to the other video. My bad. I'm a little goofy myself because I'm really trying. So I'm getting frustrated. It's like when he talk about IT, is the same effect. All right, my bad, Joe. Umar, he drive me crazy, but that's my fault. Okay, that ain't Umar. You see, I take personal accountability. That's me. I screwed up. I apologize, Umar. Let's go to the first one, okay? Here we go. Boy, ain't nothing like this Umar saga. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do, Walker. I apologize. I was really trying to figure this out. Here we go. This guy, he start off guzzling. You know what I'm saying? Is this the first video hit the one? I don't know. Here we go. Who are you? He probably gonna drink the whole thing, knowing him. Boy, this is wild. He's thirsty. It's hot out there.
Happy Father's Day.
Oh my God. Umar, cut it out. You deadbeat bum. Cut it out. His daughter did a special message for him. I ain't gonna play it here, but she called him out again for being a deadbeat for Father's Day.
To all my unapologetically African alpha males out there, happy Father's Day to all my unapologetically African alpha males.
Boy, he sound tired. He sounds so tired, don't he? Got that rental car across his street.
Out there. Happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to my...
Actually, it looked like that car across the street ain't got no license plate on it. Maybe he finally got a car. We're going to see.
African fathers in Africa.
He took that donation money, said, Lenon and Cook Champion Economy for all these years. let me get a call. Here we go.
Happy Father's Day to my Ghana fathers. Happy Father's Day to my Nigeria, Liberia fathers. Happy Father's Day to my Gambian, Zambian, South Africa, Lesotho fathers. Happy Father's Day to my Ethiopia, Eritrea, Uganda, Malawi African fathers. Happy Father's Day to my Mozambique and Angola, Benin and Senegal African fathers. Peace and Pan Africanism. Happy Father's Day to my black fathers in France, Italy, Belgium, Spain, England.
No, this is the first one, right? Everyone, if you've seen these, just let me know. See, now I'm so confused. If you've seen these videos, is this the first? Because it makes sense because he's starting with the roll call. He always
Day to all my African fathers in the Middle East, Iraq and Iran, the original indigenous Africans.
Here we go, Iraq and Iran.
Of the Middle East. Peace and Pan-Africanism. Happy Father's Day to my Caribbean fathers, Jamaican fathers, Haitian fathers, Afro-Puerto Rican fathers, Afro-Colombian and Afro-Dominican fathers. Happy
nothing alpha about this lame beta.
Happy Father's Day to my Turks and Caicos fathers, my Guadalupean fathers, my St. Croix, St. John, St. Lucia, St. Martin, Barbados, Bermuda fathers. Happy Father's Day to my Central and South American fathers. Happy Father's Day to my fathers in Asia. Happy Father's Day to my Australian fathers.
Umar, come on.
Okay, my Sydney, Australia black fathers, my Queensland black fathers. Happy Father's Day to my Canadian black fathers, my Toronto black fathers, and my Montreal black fathers, and my Nova Scotia black fathers.
Walmart.
Happy Father's Day to my Connecticut black.
Shout out to my Afghanistan
black fathers, and Rhode Island and New Hampshire and Maine black fathers, to my Pennsylvania, my Philly,
Rhode
and my
Island.
Pittsburgh, and my Chester, and my Derby, and my Reading, and my York, and
my deadbeat fathers, my child support, and both fathers. Excuse me, I apologize. Oh, man. Oh, shout out to TV Better. My deadbeat fathers, my child support, and both fathers. Okay, let me get out this chat.
Lancaster, my
up, D?
Coatesville black fathers.
There we go.
Happy Father's Day to my Maryland and Virginia, my DC fathers, my Carolina, my Georgia, my Florida fathers, my Texas, my Arkansas, my Alabama, my New Orleans and Baton Rouge and Lafayette, Shreveport black fathers, to the Oakland and Los Angeles and Sacramento and Inland Empire and San Diego black fathers. Happy Father's Day.
No, don't do that. Don't bring up San Diego. Come on now. Who are you trying? You really trying?
To my Detroit and Michigan and Minneapolis and Omaha and St. Louis and Kansas City black fathers.
I need to blow my nose.
Happy Father's Day to all the African fathers around the universe.
I'm gonna
shout out to the black man. And if you ain't got biological children, we say happy Father's Day to you. If you've been looking out for the black boys and girls in the neighborhood, it's not just about your biological children, it's about all the children in the neighborhood, brothers and sisters.
See, this is wild. He expects black men to take care of black girls in the neighborhood because their fathers are not there, but he don't even take care of his own daughters. See that? Let's go.
Happy Father's Day. New York City tomorrow. New York City tomorrow. New York City tomorrow.
All right.
Harlem State Office Building, Adam Clayton Powell Jr. Harlem State Office Building. Let me give you the exact address.
Nobody care. Anyway, let him go.
Where the address at?
I don't know.
163 West 125th. 163 West 125th. Harlem State Office Building tomorrow. 163 West 125th Street, Harlem tomorrow. Hands off of Burkina Faso. Hands off of Mali. Hands off of Niger. Hands off of Africa. We stand with Ibrahim Traoré.
Oh, he just up here like a straight pookie, looking all smoked out. Damn. We got 1,036 people in the building. Shout out to Good Crush Chats on the video.
I want to see the whole New York City out tomorrow. I ain't spoken Harlem in years. The last time I spoke at the State Office Building was for the
hands off of the job. Hands off of taking the jail and take care of my kids. Hands off of paying the child support. Both.
Excuse me, Dr. Yusuf Ben Yakin and street naming. That's been a couple years. So I want to see all my Queens, Harlem, Bronx, Brooklyn, Staten Island, Long Island.
I am Malcolm X.
I want to see everybody out there tomorrow. Medgar Evers College, Columbia.
What is peanut butter fudge? Okay.
We want to see everybody in Harlem tomorrow. I told you, 3 o'clock until 9 o'clock. Dr. Umar speaks at 6. I want to take pictures with all my queens.
Yeah, real talk.
Post up some beautiful New York City women.
You go.
So make sure you're looking extra African-centered and extra sexy.
And 5 things. We already know Umar. Cut it out. Extra sexy. Hands off the Umar, he ain't weird. Not one child. Not one. Hands off my 5,000 books. All right, let me get out this chat room. Here we go.
Tomorrow, Queens. I need a hug. I need a real good hug from one of my New York City sisters tomorrow.
Oh, poor
They
Umar.
destroyed my book collection.
Oh,
I need a hug.
You poor guy.
I need a hug.
5,000 books with over 100 vendors.
I'm waiting for the locksmith to come back. We putting new locks apologetically
Here we go. Here we go again. Locksmith.
Women. So make sure you're looking extra African centered and extra sexy tomorrow, queens. I need a hug. I need a real good hug from one of my New York City sisters tomorrow. They destroyed my book collection. I need a hug. I need a hug. I'm waiting for the locksmith to come back. We putting new locks on the school. I'm waiting for the locksmith to come back. We putting new locks on the school.
Why?
I'm waiting for the locksmith to come back. We putting more locks on the school.
But why, Umar?
Address.
Hands off my Avis. I don't be using Avis. I'll usually go to Enterprise. That's because it's Star Trek Enterprise. And no real reason is other than that. But you know what? That car back there, it don't have no license plate. So either Umar actually got a car, or that could be someone else's car, or because it wouldn't be a rental, because I didn't see no license plate on the back of it. And you have to have it on the back, right? No matter in all states. So I don't think you got to have it on the front in all states, but maybe it's different out there. I don't know. But maybe he finally got his own car. Okay, if you did, congratulations, Umar. Okay, you're one step closer to being a man. At 50 years old, sir, collected at bare minimum $1,618,354. You're one step close. Now you need to get your own place. Okay, get out your mama closet, get your own place. That's the next step. But start saving now. Okay, start saving. You know, maybe get in the habit of saving about $2,000 a month. Just save. Well, do that for the next 3 years while you're living in your mama closet. Then you have a down payment. Okay. But at least you got the car. Okay. If in fact that's your second car in your life, because he's only owned one. I've already done the research. Thanks, JD. Blackpool says, Lenon, this is the okay. Yeah, okay. I'm in the right order now. Okay, I apologize. I was all screwed up and I was driving myself crazy. Thanks, Black Wolf, for the super chat, and thanks, JD and Par B as well. Okay, let's get going here because we got 25 more minutes here. Here we go.
Woman, I just told you to address my beautiful African sister.
Here he
goes.
goes.
I just told you to address my beautiful African sister.
Why is he so whiny? It's just not manly. I thought Umar had cameras at the Vandals. Was there video footage of the so-called Vandals? Yeah, that's a critical question. You know, he says he has a security system. He's been saying this for years, right? He even said it when he didn't have electricity. He said he had an alarm system. So yeah, there should be footage, I would think. Did he show that footage? No. Again, never take what Umar says at face value, because he's a pathological liar. He lies so much. Sometimes he lies about stuff so unnecessary, like he lied and said that the school hasn't been vandalized in 2 years. No, it was vandalized a couple of months ago. Months. Already played the receipt. See? So in this case, there should be video of this so-called vandalism, right? Okay. I don't know. Let's see what he says, though. Mr. Monica, shout out to Mr. Monica, been around a long time too, with the Prince thing too. I appreciate you. Thanks for being a member. Here we go.
Adam Clayton Powell, the Honorable Congressman Adam Clayton Powell Jr., State Office Building in Harlem, New York, 163 West 125th Street. 163 West 125th. Who tapping in? I need some tap-ins. Who tapping in? I need some tap-ins. They destroyed the school for Father's Day. That's the thing.
Destroyed the school? First of all, they're abandoned buildings. What do you mean destroyed the school, Umar? You didn't show the school being destroyed. Some of your belongings got hemmed up, but that's because it's your personal storage space. We got 581 likes. See if we can get to 600 before we close out. Okay, I think we do it.
I get for saving more black kids from the school to prison pipeline than any black person in American history. That's the thanks I get.
No, you haven't.
That's the thanks I get. Who tapping in?
Yeah.
Who tapping in?
It was already destroyed. Yeah, it was destroyed since he purchased it in 2019. They were sitting vacant for 4 years before he acquired these abandoned. What in the world? They stole the locks. They stole the doors. You know, Umar, that's what he said. He said destroyed the school, Demo. He's nuts. It don't even make any sense. Let me let it play. He ain't getting my blood pressure up. Let's go.
Pour out a little water for the ancestors.
Boy, he ain't got nothing else to
The
do.
Orishas, the Loas, the Abusums, the Netters.
The Neteru, yeah. All of that.
Egbe, Iyami, spirit guides.
Boy, he ain't nothing but a pookie up out here. Doggone shame.
How many times I gotta repeat the time? How many times I gotta repeat? This is what you do. Can somebody tell them what time Dr. Umar speaking tomorrow, please? Can somebody please
they destroyed my
tell
trash.
them where and when?
They destroyed my trash. They destroyed my books. They destroyed my bags of clothes in there. They destroyed my picture frames. What else? They destroyed my luggage for keeping my clothes in because I ain't got no home. Anyway.
Can somebody post that, please? Can somebody please tell them that I will be at the Honorable Adam Clayton Powell State Office Building in Harlem tomorrow, Black Father's Day, Sunday, June 15th.
Yeah, they're always like that.
Hands off of Ibrahim Traore, hands off of Burkina Faso.
There's been times where he be live streaming and there's dirt all in his fingernail, but that's how he is.
Hands off of Niger, hands off Mali, hands off Africa, Solidarity Raleigh. I speak at 6 o'clock. The whole rally will be from 3 to 9. I just got one question to ask to my New York City queens. Can I ask my New York City queens one question? I want to ask my New York City queens one question.
Umar, just ask the question.
About tomorrow. Y'all ready, ladies?
About tomorrow.
I need my New York City queen.
Here you go. I need. Hashtag I need. He say I need more than anything else, don't he? What's up, AZ Tech? He say I need. They stole the planetarium off the roof. Stole the planetarium off the roof this month. SJ Talks and Light says, with all the donation money, he should have that school more secure. I bet he will use that as an excuse to not open in September. Yeah. I said this too before. I'm talking about logistically now, because in terms of internet presence, he should have set up an FDMG website to start, www.fdmg.com. Then he should have set up www.fdmgonlineacademy.com. It could just be FDMG Academy. Yes, FDMGonlineacademy.com. That's what it should have been. And he should have scaled that. By now he would be sitting on millions of dollars at this point. In fact, he would be over $10 million by now if he scaled it properly and just was consistent with it over the last 11 years. Easy. The thing is that security of the actual physical location should have been the first thing that he did once he acquired these abandoned buildings. And I'm talking about logistically here, not on the internet, but at the actual physical location. And a fence should have been erected around these buildings. That should have been the first thing that he did. And not only a fence erected, but it should be to where there's, I don't know what they call that, but it's like mesh on the actual fence so that people can't see into it. Just like if it was at a construction site, that's what they do. You secure the location first. That should have been the first thing they did. He didn't do that. So it had already been sitting for 4 years. It had already been rummaged through, stuff stolen out of it, all this kind of stuff, vandalized for 4 years. Umar picks it up in 2019. He doesn't secure the buildings. And so for the last 6 years and 4 months, the community, when Umar's traveling all over the place, and even when he's in Philadelphia and not at actual physical buildings, they're not secure. So the same thing's been happening over and over again. There's nothing has changed. But that's what he should have done. And I told people that in 2019. He still hasn't done it. Will he do it? No. Because that would cost more money. And when I say a fence, I'm talking about a fence that blocks off access from the external. It wouldn't be, there's a sidewalk and then here's the fence. People can't get into the building unless they scale the fence. But then in that case, that's why you would have security there. He hasn't done that. Cameras, You know, ideally, you would have someone, an actual security guard, but he's not going to pay that type of money. But with all that donation money, he should have been able to have the school more secure. You figure $1,618,354, he could have paid someone minimum wage. Okay. But again, if at bare minimum, if he sets up a fence, it's just a one-time event, you set up a fence that surrounds these buildings, okay, you're going to limit significantly, you're going to limit access to the buildings and vandalism to these buildings. But he never did it. People can walk right up. Okay? But it is a scam. He's already extended the date to 2026. He'll have it as an excuse. And I think that next year he'll say something like, we're not going to be able to open in 2026 because we got set back because of the vandalism that took place in 2025. Okay? He's a con man. He's a scammer, straight up. No way around it. And I want to say one other thing real quick, CJ. You Umar Johnson followers, you can't explain this away. He's raised a bare minimum $1,618,354 and nothing to show for it. What excuse can be made for this? None. Even you Umar Johnson followers, like I said earlier, if you were given $1,618,354 bare minimum to open up a school, would you have been able to do it over the course of 11 years? Y'all better wake up. No excuse. It's a scam. Thank you, SJ. That's all it comes down to. And he's still scamming to this day. Ain't nothing changed. Let's go.
Means to answer one question. Where am I getting my back massage tomorrow after the Harlem rally? And where we having dinner at tomorrow after the Harlem rally? That's all.
See that? Food and sex. Whenever Umar says, I've talked about this in the past, whenever Umar says a massage, that's code for sex. So sex and food. Okay, I've been telling people.
I want to know. I'm going to say it again.
We got 20, really, we got 20 minutes to go here. Okay, we'll get through this video, then we'll wrap this up. We'll be back with part 2 to cover the second video. And then I got some other stuff where Umar, he gives examples of different vandalism that took place up, the different levels of vandalism.
I've been traveling for 30 days nonstop. I done been to California. I done been to England, brothers and sisters. I done been to Cleveland. I done been to Michigan. I done been New Orleans. I done been everywhere.
Remember, I told people everywhere except up at these abandoned buildings. 30 days straight, over 30 days.
How we doing, Baba? Where is that massage going to be? And where are we having dinner at? We pulling up to what's
again, massage is code word for sex, food. Okay, that's Umar's addictions: food, sex, and drugs.
The Sylvia's. Where we having dinner at tomorrow? Where the African restaurants in New York? Who has the best African
What's up,
food
Aki?
in New York City? That's my question. Where my Africans at? Where my East Africans, my South Africans, my West Africans, my Black North Africans, my Central? Who got the best African restaurant in New York City?
Yeah, Domo. Umar, if you're gone for 30 days, why are you reporting to the IRS that you're spending 60 hours a week at FDMG? He's a scam artist. Real talk. What's up, Texas D?
Who got the best African restaurant in Queens? Who got the best African restaurant in Long Island? Who got the best African restaurant in Staten Island? Who got the best African restaurant in Brooklyn? Who got the best African restaurant in Harlem? Who got the best African?
Yeah, well, what he does, because he's had his license revoked too for non-paid child support. He'll go in and pay it. That's what he does. Yeah, he'll go in and get it paid because he pays it in bulk after it accumulates, and then that way they'll release his license. He get his license back, and then a passport. And I don't even think though that they revoke his passport though over child support, because I think it depends on the state. But there's been times where he's actually he'll tell on himself, I got to go out here to blah blah blah, black men, make sure you take care of your child support. See, in other words, you got to make sure you pay that child support so that you can have your ability to travel overseas. But it's a doggone shame in the first place. He spoke anyway.
Restaurant in the Bronx.
Oh, we got the 600. Okay, I'll play. What I'll do is I'll play, because we're almost done. I'll play Snow Bunny Love. I want to get to this video. I'll play Snow Bunny Love to close out the live stream. Okay, well, that's what we'll do. Here we go.
My New York City queens, come get your picture with Dr. Umar tomorrow. The rally will be outside. You can't miss it. The rally will be outside. You can't miss it. The Raleigh will be outside. You can't miss it. All my Dr. Umar supporters, I need you to pull up. I need you to pull up tomorrow. Hopefully it'll be a peaceful day, but in case the coons try to start some conflict, I need my New York City brothers to hold me down.
There we go.
In case some coons try to start some conflict, I need my New York City brothers to hold me down. In case some coons try to start some conflict, I need my New York City brothers to hold me down. At ease, my queen. At ease.
See, Umar, he's marshmallow. He needs other people because he ain't got no street in him. As well traveled as he claims to be, he never seems to know anything about where he's going. Yeah, that's true. Part of it though is I don't think he really has a plan when he's traveling. He's a vagabond. He's like a hobo. He knows that he has a speaking engagement, so he'll be there for that. But outside of that, no. It's just, you know, he has to have a place to stay because he's been homeless. And if he can get enough money to be able to or donations for that matter, in order to get stay in a particular city for a couple of extra days, even though he's not speaking, well, that's his residence at that time. He's a hobo. He's an international hobo. Real talk. Back in the day, hobos, they would get on the train and just go from place to place. Well, he gets on airplanes. That's it. The only difference. He'll get a rental car. Okay, but it's donors' money. At the end of the day, when he's talking about he's going to go here, he's going to go there, you can tell he doesn't have a plan. Where am I going to get something to eat? Where are there any restaurants in there? He can't even get on Google to look it up himself. But see, part of it, D. Will, is that he's so used to traveling, and it's just about getting to the next spot like a hobo, so that he can have a place to stay because he's been homeless since 2019. He ain't worrying about anything that a normal person would worry about in terms of planning things. You know. A normal person will say, okay, I'm going to be there for this amount of days. I'm going to speak on this day from this time, I'm going to go get some food here. I'm going to look at, for instance, I'm vegan. I'll be looking for vegan restaurants in the area. I'll be looking for stores that have snacks and that kind of stuff. Not Umar. That's not what he's doing. He gets there. His objective is to have a place to stay in the first place. Secondarily is to sexually exploit Black women. Tertiary is to get some food, right? Then ultimately he has to get back to Philadelphia, get back to Wilmington, Delaware, so that he can get to the plug. That's all it is. There's no planning. There's no planning. He's been living like this since 2010. 2000. That's a long time. We're talking 15 years of this type of lifestyle with no plan, no end in sight. With this, he's a virtual vagrant. Real talk. Yeah, he's a international hobo. That's what it comes down to. Thank you, D. Will. Okay, we're gonna start winding this down. We got to get to this video. Here we go. I'm running out of time. Here we go.
Ease, my queen. What do you mean you want to do what to the prince? At ease, my queen.
Here he go.
Cape Verdean Islands. When I get an invitation to Cape Verde, I'm there.
Yeah, I got answers from there.
I'm a Cal Cabral. Rest in peace to I'm a Cal Cabral. Who tapping in?
Recipes of Sabotage.
Tapping in. Who tapping in? Somebody tap in. Let me talk. Somebody tap in.
You ain't got nothing to do.
Sister Joanne, where you at?
See him sniffing and shit. See, this is Umar with withdrawal. That's why he's up there, because he need to get money so he can get to the plug.
Sister Joanne, where you at? Sister Joanne going once. Sister Joanne going twice. Where you at, sister? How you doing there, Queen Mother Joanne?
Hi, Dr. Umar.
Hi.
See, if they're around his age, he'll say Queen Mother.
How you feeling today?
I'm well. How are you?
Where you at in the world? What city, my queen?
I am in Scarborough, Ontario.
I'll be in Canada.
Scarborough, Ontario, Canada.
What's going
on up there with our Canadian African brothers and sisters? What's the biggest challenge with our Canadian African brothers and sisters?
The fight continues. The fight continues. I am happy that you chose me today, because despite what you're going through with your school, I'm so sorry that they're broken again. And I hope you get justice for what's happening. But I just wanted to share a bit of a good news to perhaps lift your spirit.
Yeah.
Because of your teachings, because of your free conferences that you have for parents, I have been fighting the school system here since last June. I recognize that they have been racist and discriminatory towards my son, and I brought a case against the school board to the Human Rights Tribunal here, and it seems as though I am winning the case. And so I just wanted to say thank you for what you have done, because it is because of your teaching that I was able to put together my documents, put together my arguments. And so I just wanted to say thank you so very much for what you do for us in the community.
Thank you.
And I just pray God that He will continue to give you the strength to continue to do what you're doing for us, because we need voices like yours. We need people like you to help us to see the vision and to go into the direction that we ought to be going in. So thank you so very much.
Queen Mother, and I know I still owe you a phone call too. So shoot me a text message so I hit you up.
Yeah, well, he is.
This poor lady, he ain't trying to give you no attention. He want that money.
He is still in school, so perhaps in the summertime, because he's winding down now for the school year, and he has lots of closing assignments to do. So perhaps in the summertime when he's off, I will.
Summertime? Why is he in school right now? Well, she's in Canada. Maybe the school year is different. I don't know. It don't even sound right to me. Anybody from Canada? Is school in session right now in Canada? What?
Definitely connect with you.
Thank you, Queen Mother. Stay blessed up there.
You be blessed.
Girl,
all right.
That girl, you better keep them cookies. I shouldn't say that. I apologize, Cookie Crush Chat, but I'm just gonna say it. You know, girl, you better keep them cookies. Okay, yeah. I'm sorry. They're probably on a different schedule too, because it's so cold out there. So they got to make sure they maximize on the warm months. Yeah. All right. Listen, ma'am. My best advice, ma'am, is to keep them cookies private. Hold on to them cookies. Keep them to yourself. Don't call Umar. Okay, that's my best advice. All right. Let's go. Let's go. We got about 7 minutes. Here we go.
Now, take care.
Okay, then. Bye.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for the love, Queen Mother. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the love.
Umar, he live streaming from his flip phone again. Okay. Thank you, Starstone. I'm just asking. It just came to my mind. That's how I am. So they go from September to June. Okay.
Corner Store Connect. Who are you, Corner Store Connect? I sound Jamaican. I might got some Jamaican blood. I'm sure I got a Jamaican ancestor too.
Shout out to the Montreal ancestor. I'm sorry. Let's keep going. Almost done. So shout out to the Montreal to the Montreal Africans. Here we go.
I'm sure I got a Bahamian, Barbadian, Bayesian ancestor or two.
Here we go.
We know I got a Nigerian ancestor. We know I got a Ghanaian ancestor. We know I got a Cameroonian ancestor.
There you go.
We know I got a Congolese ancestor.
I know one thing. Fred Douglas ain't your ancestor.
We know I got a Togolese ancestor. We know I got a Benin ancestor. And we know I got a Cote d'Ivoire ancestor.
Okay. If
you live in the Congo, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Dr. Umar is pulling up the
we got 5 minutes, y'all.
July. Where my Congolese Africans at?
There you go.
Viva la Mumba. Where my Congolese
Thanks us Smalls for becoming a member.
I'm pulling up for the first time. Ken Shot.
Yeah, nice locks too. I wish I could, but my hair don't grow like that. It never has. It really never has. I wish I could though. I would have locks because my sons, my older sons, they got locks. They mama be braiding and all that stuff. I wish I did because she could braid my hair. Anyway. Anyway, let me stop.
King Kong Kinshasa.
What?
Patrice Lumumba's 100th birthday celebration.
I did not know that. Y'all still in school, New York City? Wow.
I will be there for the
What about Philadelphia? Is Philadelphia still in school?
The first time in the heart of Africa, the richest country
Yeah,
in
Frederick, he talking
Africa.
crazy.
I'm coming, brothers and
Mufasa.
sisters. I'm coming, brothers and sisters.
Okay.
Where my South Africans at? Where my South Africans at? I'ma see you, South Africa, Joburg, Soweto, Cape Town, Pretoria, Khayelitsha.
This whole video is roll call.
KwaZulu. I'ma see you July 12th to the 15th.
Yeah, he a struggle streamer.
I'ma see you July 12th
straight
to
struggle
the 15th.
streamer.
I'ma see you July 12th to the 15th.
Okay. So real quick, Ernest, then we're gonna be done because there's only about 2 minutes here. Real quick. If Philly got out on Friday, how is it possible that Umar has been traveling for the last month and he's a school psychologist in Philadelphia? Because he's telling people in 2025 that he's still a school, right now, he's a school psychologist. If that's the case, Umar, how is it possible for you to be traveling all over the world for 30 days? You tell the IRS that you're spending 60 hours a week up at FDMG, and at the same time, you're a school psychologist? Now, I'm assuming that Ernest is telling the truth here. Okay? You see this? Hit the one. We're almost done. Yeah, exactly, Christopher. Because he's a liar. Yeah, there you go. Because he that's what he do. He's long. That's wild. He's long distance psychologizing, but he's telling people that he's a school psychologist, that he's doing he's doing these what do you call these with the children, assessments, that he's doing these assessments, whatever he calls it, as a school psychologist. Yeah, but Philadelphia, if they just got on Friday, Umar, how is it possible that you're a school psychologist then? he be using Zoom. Okay. Boy, that's okay. Let's keep going. Again, he's a pathological liar. That's the point. Okay, let's finish this up. Here we go.
And where my Kenyan Africans at? Where my East African Kenyan Africans at? Where my Maasai and Kikuyu Africans and all the other powerful nations of Kenya? I will see you January 3rd through the 9th. January, my quality, that's FBI. And
yeah, I just looked this up. Philadelphia School District school year for students, it ends on June 13th. That was 3 days ago. Umar, how are you traveling for 30 days, or more than 30 days, and you're a school psychologist at the same time? Okay, you a liar. You're a pathological liar.
CIA. That's
what's up, T. Jones?
and CIA.
Shout out to Mitch's Mono booked and balls stuff.
Reach me 215-989-9858. 215-989-9858.
There ain't no new Trump phone. I ain't heard of that.
9858.
There was Obama phones though. I remember that. All right, we almost done here. What's going on?
Why do I hear music playing? Where that music coming from?
What in the world? What's going on? What is he doing? What happened? I don't know. We'll be back tomorrow with part 2. We'll pick up with the next video, which is this one right here. But this is crazy. He hearing me, and I blurred the little boys. Our little boys come up. We'll get to this tomorrow. Okay. We're gonna leave it right there. One last thing I want to play for y'all, then we're gonna be done. Is Umar has a history of forgetting to lock doors, and I want to play this. Shout out to James, because James is the one that told me about this, because he remembered. Let me play this, and then we're gonna go close out with Snow Bunny Love. Check this out. Watch this.
Senegal. I got to get back to Senegal. This is my 20th anniversary, my first visit to Senegal. I need to get back to Senegal. I need to get back to Senegal. Uncle Shannon Sharp got Snow Bunny, but we're not going to leave him out there. He's still black.
See, this is from April 21st of 2025.
Uncle Shannon Sharp got Snow Bunny, but we're not going to leave him out there. He's still black. Uncle Shannon Sharp got Snow Bunny, but we're not going to leave him out there. He's still black.
Okay, there's cameras on that side of the street. That's a
Let me double check.
Buildings. He has to double check what, though?
I'm just double checking this door, my brother. Got him. Sometimes I leave them open by mistake.
We'll be back tomorrow. Cookie Crush Chat is undefeated as always. I want to thank everyone for tuning on in. Instant classic. We'll pick up with the second video tomorrow. Let me close out this poll. The poll question is, who is to blame for the alleged FDMG vandalism? 1,636 votes. 67% said Umar Johnson. 5% said the FDMG donors. 6% said Seti, Tariq, Boyce, Zora, and Tasha K. And 22% said LenonHonor and the Cookie Crush Chat. Listen, if Umar is forgetting to lock the doors, I'm not surprised by that at all, because he's not organized. And he admits it in the video from April 21st of 2025. Who's to say that prior to him going on this 30-day trip around the world, that who's to say that he did not lock the doors? It's actually possible that he did not lock the doors, or did not lock one of the doors, and as a consequence, a person or people were able to gain access into the larger building, and they vandalized as a consequence. Whose fault is that in that scenario? It's Umar's fault. Got him. See? Yeah. Got him. Every single time. It's easy at this point. All right. Thanks everyone for tuning on in. I want to thank the mods for handling business. Appreciate y'all. Thanks everyone who sent in super chats. Let me just make sure that I got to everyone. I don't want to miss anyone. Let's see. Yeah, I got everyone. Thank you guys so much. Thanks everyone inside the Cookie Crush Chat as well. If you enjoyed the show, go on and hit that like button. We'll be back tomorrow with part 2. I'm going to change the title of this, and I'll put part 1 of 2. We'll finish up with everything else. Okay. All right. Thanks you all again for tuning on in. Please enjoy the rest of the evening. I want to also thank anyone if you sent in super stickers, or if you sent in PayPal or Cash App. My PayPal and Cash App information listed but down below in the description of this video. And as we always,
gosh, so you're fancy, huh?
Yeah, black community activist. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
Well, good for you.
Thank you.
thanks,
Thank
Indigo.
you.
I'm gonna turn this down too so that I can give a shout out here. Thank y'all so much for tuning on in. Daniel's in the Daniel Fuentes. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you don't even lock the doors. Shout out to For the Sake of Logic. I like that name. Logic is important. Logic is even. I pride myself on that. Thank you so much. Thanks, James. I appreciate you. I really, everyone. Matter of fact, tomorrow I'm gonna write it down. I'm gonna remind myself. Give shout out to James Dean tomorrow. Okay, I'm gonna write it down right here. James Dean appreciation. That's for tomorrow. Shout out to James. What's up, Smalls? Thanks for tuning on in. Domo. It's possible. It's possible. Yep. Thanks, Domo. Appreciate you too, bro. Indigo Goddess and Alan G. And Miss Independence My Way. Thank you so much for tuning on in. Appreciate it. Thanks for being a member as well. Your kids will see it. See this. Thank you. James, again, tuning on in, and all of the support, sending me video links. You are appreciated. Son, kiss, melanin. Good night to you. Through the fifth. Yeah, that's right, Devon. Shout out to Devon. Thanks, D. Yeah, much love to you. Appreciate you. Yeah, I got a big old head. That's good. Ball still, thank you so much for tuning on in, bro. Appreciate you. Jones. Yeah, that was too broke in. Yeah. Thanks, Ike. All right, take it down. This is damn. Make sure y'all hit that like button as you exit the building. Drew Green soccer videos. Yeah, y'all. Black Mario, thank you so much. Hope to see you tomorrow. Hope to see all y'all tomorrow. Come on back. Brother Joshua with the snow bunnies. Hey, Kiara, good night. Hope you enjoyed the show. Be Will and Jimmy down the street. Hey, Lori, thank you for tuning on in. Enjoy your evening. Jiffy Lou Pops. All right, John. Yeah, real talk. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. DA. All right, Just K and everybody else. Again, thank y'all for tuning on. Megan Sugar, Russ, and Andre's in the building as well. Ange, not Max, JC Morgan, Ghost Dog, and Vixa. Thank y'all again for tuning on. Everyone else in the Cook Crush chat. Okay, I'll be back tomorrow within the live stream. Again, thank y'all so much for being here. Thanks for all the support and all the love. Appreciate each and every one of you. And we'll be back tomorrow with another live stream. Love y'all. Y'all take care. Peace.